Hello, everyone, and welcome to this International NeuroGrafika conference. Can you please let me know if you can hear and if you can see me okay? Can you please put pluses in the chat? Hello, Margarita, how are you?
Hi, Anna, very well, thank you. And yourself?
All right, nice to see you.
Good to see you too.
We're
Nice.
very excited to kick off this wonderful conference in English. And it was organized by the Institute for Psychology of Creativity. And our first speaker is this beautiful Margarita. And I look forward to seeing your presentation and to draw along with you. So how are you?
Thank you, Anna. I'm very well, thank you. And we just finished the Russian part of the conference. And now we're starting English. And today I'm going to draw about love, creation, and growth, how to create love. But before I start doing that, maybe I'll tell you a bit about myself so you know who I am and just get to know each other. But before we do that, maybe let's talk about where are you from? I'm really curious to know because I used to be an expatriate coach, so I coach people from different parts of the world. So hello from Switzerland. Lovely, Denise. I used to live in Lausanne partially. Now I'm in London, UK. I lived also in Germany, in Italy, and originally I'm from Latvia. While I'm telling you this is because this is really big part of myself. I'm very international. You're in Zurich. Yeah, Zurich is nice.
Okay, I'm going
Lithuania. Labas vakars. Nice, great. Ukraine, Russia, perfect. Belgium. Oh, we have so many different countries. I'm so excited. Ukraine. Yes, and people are more coming and coming. Iceland, you say Canada. Wonderful. I have a friend in Canada. Netherlands. USA. Yay. So let me tell you a bit about myself. Okay, I'll put my presentation. So can you confirm that you can see my presentation? Yes, okay, good. Okay, so about me. As I told you, I'm an international soul, and I'm a neurographic instructor, aesthetics coach, and as you could see it from slide number 1. Oh, no, you can't. It disappeared from here. And I got to know neurographic in 2018. I started it with the basic course. I was so excited because before that, I was already a coach. I was coaching expatriates for, I think, 4 or 5 years before in ICF system, and I felt like I love coaching, but there was something missing. I'm a very creative person, and I felt like I want something more creative. I want to do something which excites me and which excites people, and I want to not just talk and ask questions, but do something else, like add some creativity aspect. And then I found by accident, well, nothing is in this lab is accident. So I found NeiroGrafika, a lady who actually was a speaker in Russian version of conference, Irina Martinova, and she was publishing the drawings of NeiroGrafika, and I was so excited. I really fell in love because, and I knew her from another seminar. So, and I'm like, oh, I want to join NeiroGrafika. I couldn't wait. I joined the first possible basic course. And then as soon as finished basic course, I started doing the specialist course. And then I couldn't wait to jump into instructor's course. And here I am. I've done, I became an instructor in 2019. And then last year in 2020, I was a supervisor. I was supervising the future instructors who are instructors now. And it is really interesting work. I love NeiroGrafika. I love Institute, and Institute proposes so many different courses. And I'm so excited that now instructor's course will be in English as well. Hurrah! This is super news because actually initially I was looking for something in English, But then I found that the instructor's course is in Russian, and then I was able to do it because I speak Russian. But now we have it in English, and so the NeiroGрафика can capture the whole world. And I know it's already is there in German and in Jewish language. I'm not sure how to say it in English correctly. So one more language in addition to NeiroGrafika that's exciting. Hebrew. Oh, thank you. Hebrew, yes. Odessa, welcome. I have relatives from Odessa. Nice. So yeah, I'm very international. So I lived in 11 cities in 5 countries. I'm coach and I'm researching happiness. I used to have a website called Happy Abroad. It's off now, so it's not promotion. And I talked about how to live happily wherever you are. And that's what I'm doing also in NeiroGrafika. I'm helping people to be happy with themselves, with others, and how to use it. And I'm just reading some comments. Haha, I just thought a few minutes ago I might need to learn Russian. No, Denisa, no need to learn Russian. Now you have also NeiroGrafika in English. It's coming to you. Cyprus, great, nice. And it must be warm now in Cyprus already. And you're probably eating strawberries, which are in season now. So these are my drawings. These are like one of my favorite drawings I put here. As you can see, they're different. I really like using the color. And in NeiroGrafika, one of the courses is about the color. And it's called NeuroColor, where you learn how to use different colors, what the colors mean in terms of NeiroGrafika, not just in general, what does color mean? I mean, red is red, yellow is yellow. But in NeiroGrafika, there's in NeiroGrafika's instructor's course, there's a special module on color. And by the way, if I talk too fast, let me know, because that's how I usually talk. But I know for some people it might be too fast, so let me know. Hello, Australia. Good morning, I guess. Or good afternoon already, I'm not sure. Hello, Stockholm, Sweden. Hi, Michelle. Great to see you. Lovely. Oh, so great. So today, what we're going to draw today, early morning. Yeah, well, good morning. Happy that you joined us. That's really lovely that we can unite NeiroGrafika. It's really international movement nowadays. So today's topic will be love, creation, and growth. And we're going to talk about love. And in general, the topic of this conference is love. And I love this topic. It's love, love, love. I'm fond of this topic, we can say. And why is love? What is love? That's an interesting question. Let me know, what is love for you? For me, it's a feeling. For me, love is something special, or what should be nurtured, and something what you can use to show how you care, what you think about others, and what you think about yourself as well. So we often talk about love, you know, the Valentine's Day, about your Valentine, about your loved one, but we also need to think about ourselves and like self-love, because if you don't have love inside yourself, you cannot give it to others. You need first to create it within yourself, and then the love can grow also outside you. So you can let me know in the comments, what do you think is love, and what do you think is self-love? Finally got connected from Toronto. Hello, Toronto, welcome. And also think about what kind of love you would like to have, because all these topics we're going to draw today, and we're going to draw today in the way that first we will create the self-love, and then afterwards we're going to create the love towards someone. And you can choose whether it's going to be like your husband or wife, or maybe your child or your pet, or even your work. You can love anything, but you just need to choose. One object will be you, and another will be someone else. So acceptance, taking care of yourself, it's accepting yourself and others. Unconditional love for all. Yes, that's lovely. Wonderful. So, are you ready to draw? hope yes. Can you put the pluses if you're ready? Yes, wonderful. So what do you need to have? In case if you don't, please take a paper. Please take pencils. You can use also markers, highlighter pens. Take some fine liners. And we're ready to start. And just take some tea. It's a buckwheat tea, by the way. So, apologies, today my camera will be upside down because I tried to connect my second camera, but because there's so many participants, the connection is not stable and it's just flicking. So the drawing will be upside down. And just 1 second, I will explain in Russian why there's one question, why this conference is in English. So I'll tell you now in Russian why this conference is in English, and then we can continue. Всем, кто на русском смотрит, эта часть конференции сейчас будет на английском. У нас будут английские спикеры, и я начинаю конференцию рисовать о любви. Вы можете присоединяться, но сейчас все инструкции будут на английском. Если вы хотите смотреть на русском, то мой рисунок уже был на русском в русской части, и скоро он будет опубликован также в Фейсбуке, поэтому вы там сможете познакомиться. Okay, wonderful. So I just explained to people who don't understand English because previously they joined. Thank you for all your comments. It's lovely. And let's draw. Okay. So, so we start with very interesting part. We start with very, you take the paper, you start filling the paper, and you put your hand on the left side. This is my left side. You see it from the right, but this is left. And you write a small, draw a small heart. Actually, yeah. I probably did it too far, right? So let's do like this. You draw a small heart, like, but it's on the left side, but not too far left, so somewhere in the middle. So draw a small heart. This small heart is your heart, our heart. And this is your, in my case, it will be a little girl. If you're a man, that will be your little boy. And now let's have a bit of dialogue with your little girl or your little boy. Because now we're going to talk about self-love. Like, we often talk about loving another person, but we forget about loving ourselves. And loving ourselves is important because if you don't love ourselves, we can't love others because we cannot give something what you don't have. Like if you do not have a water in your glass, you cannot pour it into another glass. So that's very interesting. And let's think about what is self-love. And previously, we were talking about some aspects. So let's start with that. So what is self-love? Self-love is, first of all, care. And now we're going to name the different topics. And I'll just, with each topic, I'll put a circle. Circle is very harmonious part in NeiroGрафика. And so we're going to put it as a symbol of whatever of the word we are naming. So first is self-care. The second, I would say, health. Health is important in self-love. What else is important? Trust. Trust is important to love yourself. What else is important? Giving yourself time is good. To stop yourself, like your self-criticism. Like this is a stopping your self-criticism. Respecting yourself. We often respect others, but we don't show enough respect towards ourselves. So this is also important. Forgiving ourselves. Yes, that's important. Patience. Yes, this is a good one. Thank you, Renee. What else do you think? Actually, let me do one thing for you. I will change the mode so you can see better the drawing. Yeah, that's good. That's better. Now you can see it properly. So patience is with self. Yes, that's so true. Anything else? Listening to yourself, listening to your body, taking care of your body, not overwhelming yourself, nurturing yourself. So give me some other ideas. What else is a self-love? Treating yourself. And like now, what we can do, we can add also some more circles if we don't know what, or maybe we know, but like, sometimes you have it inside your head. And acceptance, yes, accepting yourself. Sometimes we have it in our head and we just don't know what exactly it is. So let's put it here. And it will be the symbol for giving ourselves. Giving space, yes, that's very important. Giving space. Forgiving, yes, wonderful. Feed yourself, yes, that's true. We need to feed ourselves. And we need to feel good emotions, good ideas, and good healthy food. Giving time in nature, sunlight, fresh air. Wow, wonderful. So giving us time in nature, giving sunlight, fresh air. By the way, the sun is really good. Helps fight quite a few illnesses. Having a rest, yes, I'm really bad at giving myself rest. Belonging, yes, also belonging. Lovely. Peace. So now I have quite a few. So this is still my heart in the middle. So, and I have all these circles around. And let's do now one circle around it. So this will be us, like me. This is me. And you can see there's some space left. So I'm sure there are some other qualities which are not named, or other aspects which contribute towards self-love. I'll just put in them here. And you can name them later. Sometimes when you draw NeiroGрафика, you can even put the numbers, and then you can write the numbers on separate paper so that you remember what it was. Okay. So now we finished with ourselves. Well, not finished, but finished probably not the right word, but we finalized our self-love. So now let's think about whom we are loving. In my case, it will be my future husband, whom I haven't met yet, or maybe I have, but I'm not in a relationship at the moment, so I'm single. And this is the person I'm imagining. But in your case, it can be your husband, it can be your family member, it can be your spouse or wife, or even your pets, your dog, your cat, whoever you want to improve your relationship with, like create this love. And today what we're doing, we will use the technique which is taught in a neuroconnection course. And if you've done this course, great. If you haven't done it, that's also fine. You can do this course, and you can do it also as a part of instructor's course. So this is very important. Okay, so let's put also the circle. The circle should be similar size to yours. Try not to make it bigger, because we don't want the other person to be more important in your life than yourself. If you make it too small, like in my case, I think I can make it slightly bigger. So I would say they should be equal, like in terms of the size. And now let's add the qualities which we want to see in that person, or it can be even your work. It doesn't need to be a person. It can be anything. So in case if, for example, you want to create love with your work, like you don't like your work and you want to improve the love with it, you can draw your work. But today I'm going to draw my future husband. So I will talk about the qualities which I see in my future husband, or at least the ones which I would like to see in them. So this person should be smart, intelligent, creative, adventurous, loving, caring, generous, What else? You can help me. What kind of qualities do you think I should choose in a man? Loyal, yes. Loyal. Faithful, actually, is good. Conscious, yes. Conscious. Thoughtful. Strong, yes. Strong is good. Honest, wonderful. Mindful, yes. That's great. Funny, yeah. It's good to be able to have a laugh. Intelligence, sense of humor. Yes, good sense of humor is good. Creative, yes. I had the creative here. I think one of my first weird. Yeah, actually, yeah, the weirdness, because I know I'm weird, so I'm sure my partner has to be weird. So we fit each other. Adventurous, yeah, lovely. So self-knowing, respectful. I would say self-conscious and self-confident, because I don't want the partner who is not confident in himself. Ooh, again, similar to how we did for ourselves. Yeah, wise. I would put this big wise. We can add some more circles even if we don't know them. Hardworking, yes, hardworking. Playful, yeah, lovely. It's nice when it's playful. Compassionate. Oh, actually, compassionate and passionate as well. I want the passionate husband. Generous, yes, I had the generous already. Wealthy, yeah, actually, wealthy is not bad. It's good. Attractive, yay, attractive, yes, for sure. I should be attractive to him. Tender, yeah, lovely. Tender is a good one. What else? Responsible, attractive. Oh, actually, I can add also circles here. I forgot that I made it bigger. So quality is finished. We are ready to get it from the husband's market. Kind, yes, that's great quality. Kind. I want him to be kind. Healthy, yeah, that's very important. So it looks like my husband's picture is almost there. Independent. It's a good quality, but I'm not sure I want him to be completely independent. I think in a relationship, healthy dependence is good. But in general, independent from his parents, I would say yes, for sure. Independent from others, his friends' opinions, yes, that's also true. Gentle, yes, I had the gentle. So many lovely qualities. And it's interesting to monitor how does your body feel while we're drawing NeiroGraphic. You know, in NeiroGraphical process, what we do, we monitor our body in different levels. So first we monitor our body ourselves. So first we monitor our body, like what do I feel? Like when I was drawing this, what did I feel? Did I feel cold or hot? Did I feel loving animals? Yes, Ellen, that's very important. Actually, I'll put it right now because that's a must for me. Like actually one of the deal breakers for me, I'm usually asking potential candidates is like, oh, are you okay to have pets? If he says no, that's it. No, man, he's not for me. Yeah, coming back. So you have to monitor your body, and you can ask yourself, like, what do you feel? Do you feel warm or do you feel cold? Do you feel like pain somewhere? Like I feel my shoulders at the moment. I feel my fingers are cold. But inside myself, I feel warm. Good cook, Lisa. Yes, good cook is a good one. I don't want to cook all the time. He can cook as well. So after monitoring our body, we can switch to our mind. Like, what kind of thoughts come when we are drawing? So we can ask ourselves, like, okay, well, I was drawing here, but so obviously we were brainstorming the qualities. So all the thoughts were about the qualities. And then we also ask ourselves about on different levels. So we talked about already thoughts, we talked about feelings, and then we talk about emotions, like what kind of emotions I feel. Do I feel excitement, or do I feel a bit of like anxiety? I wouldn't say the anxiety, but like, I would say curiosity. That's what I feel. Yeah, that's interesting. So now, what we're gonna do in NeiroGрафика is very important part is the rounding process. So I'll show you what it is, because this is your first class. It could be your first class in NeiroGрафика, and if you never met ever NeiroGрафика before in your life, I'll show you the principal rule of NeiroGрафика. Well, it's not a principal rule, but it's something what you definitely need to learn. So NeiroGрафика consists of neurographical lines or neural lines. So neural line is a line which does not repeat itself, and it goes where we do not expect it to go. So this is a neural line. Neural line is not a straight line. Neural line is not a zigzag line. Neural line is not a wave line. So this is not neural line. Neural line, also called Pискarёva line, why called Pискarёva? Because Pavel Pискarёva created the NeiroGрафика, and he invented the neural line. So that's why it's called also neural line. So this is a neural line. This is not neural line. So I put like red border so you can see it. And when we have two neural lines intersecting each other, or just any two lines intersecting each other in NeiroGрафика, what we do, we need to do rounding. Rounding is a process, is when you make the angle more rounded. In this way, like we remove any tensions, we remove any issues. So I'll just show you here in the bigger scale. So let's say this is a very big angle, so you can see it here. So we create, we put it like this. And then we fill in this gap, we put the color everywhere. So this is a rounding. And here I can also do rounding. So you will see me doing a rounding on my picture. So I add some more neural lines. Actually, here is not neural lines. What I'm doing now, I'm doing rounding. So wherever I see the angles, I make them round. And while I'm doing that, please, and while you're doing that, please monitor what does your body feel. Because usually in this rounding process, we also have changes in our body feeling. So I started feeling warmer. Softer, I would say. You can write in the chat what kind of feelings do you have. And please remember to breathe. Breathing is very important. And by the way, in NeiroGрафика, I don't know if you read about NeiroGrafical lines. Can you show close up what I'm doing? Well, I can show as close as I can. So this is me. I created myself. So okay, I'll show you this way. So so this is how you see. So on one side is me. This is me, and this is my future husband. And so what I did, I put the heart in the middle. And then we were talking about what kind of quality, what is the self-love? And we were putting each circle for each of the steps of the self-love. And then we did similar to the future partner. Well, in my case, it's future partner. In your case, it could be your present partner, or anything what you want, where you want to create more love. So we were doing it here, again, putting the circles. And what I'm doing now is I am doing the rounding. So as you can see, I can show you here on the bigger scale. So if two circles, they connect to each other, so it creates a lot of angles. And in NeiroGрафика, one of the most important parts of NeiroGрафika is to round the angles. So we are doing a bit of rounding here. So this is a rounding. So this is the same process as what I described here. It's just in the rounds. Because the rounds here are small, in both cases. So obviously you cannot see it properly that I'm doing rounding, but that's what I'm doing here. So I'm rounding on the angles because angles create sharpness. Sharpness means conflict, and we don't want any conflict. We want harmony. Okay. Is it clear, or any other explanations needed? Okay, thank you. So if this is clear, then we just continue rounding. We don't have much time, so I assume we will not be able to round everything. But let's do just a bit to feel how your body changes. And as Denise wrote, that's a feeling of calmness, yes. And I again start feeling my neck. I love NeuroGрафики also because, sorry, the question is it enough just feeling the space since the angles are so tiny? Yes, you just make them soft. So the idea of rounding is like the angles are tiny. So what you can do, you either can take smaller mark like the pen, or you can just go around so that there's no sharpness. So the main point of it is to remove sharpness, which we have in the drawing. Especially in ourselves, because in ourselves we create the love to self-love. And self-love is important because if you don't have a self-love, how can you love anyone else? You can't share something what you don't have. So now I've done a bit with myself. I think that's quite enough for the time being. And then we can also move to the future. Well, future, I call it future, but to our partner or whoever we were drawing here, and do again the same, like do a bit of rounding. So it's more harmonized. Rounding brings harmony. And if you learn NeiroGрафика, this is the first thing which you learn is like to round everything. This is something what you learn in a basic course of NeiroGрафика. You need to round everything. And we breathe in and breathe out. Sometimes it's good to have a quiet moment just to be with yourself, to monitor what you feel, what you see. Remember to monitor, like in NeiroGрафика, we monitor ourselves in 3 levels. So like it's mental, physical, emotional. And actually now there's also 4th level spiritual, but these 3 levels are the main concentration ones. So where you are on mental level, what thoughts come to your mind? Like when I'm drawing about my husband, future husband, my future partner, I'm thinking, when he will come in my life, I can't wait enough. And all these qualities. But at the same time, I feel like, yes, I deserve such partner. Because I feel myself with this self-love and I want to give this love to someone. But I want to give this love not just to someone, but to someone who deserves it. Because in my life, I had situations when I was giving my love and I was giving a lot of my love, but not to someone who deserved. So now I want someone who deserved it. So I think we've rounded enough. So now is the next step, and this is a step from Neuroconnection class. If someone has done it, we're going to connect these 2 people. So we're going to connect ourselves with our partner, love, someone with whom we want to create love. So we add this line. Okay. And now what we're going to do, is we're gonna draw something what usually we do not draw in NeiroGрафика. NeiroGрафика is quite abstract. We do not usually draw any specific shapes. But here, look what's gonna happen. You're gonna draw a heart, but this heart is from you and this other person. So this is other person, and this is you. And this is my heart. So I just add some more lines. Now, after I added lines, I'm gonna do them NeiroGrafical because this is a not NeiroGrafical line, this is a straight line. So what I'm gonna do, I'm creating my drawing in NeiroGrafical way. Why I'm doing that? Because NeiroGrafic, like when we put NeiroGrafical line, this line helps this drawing to go inside us, inside our brain, and create a new neural path. So neural line is called neural line because it's very similar to the line of the neurons. So now what I'm doing, I'm just adding more neural lines. I feel so that the drawing is more connected. And what I'm gonna do next, similar how we were feeling ourselves with love and our partner with love, this is our love, like our symbol of love, and we're gonna feel it with what do we think our love should consist of. So let's think about respect. What else it should consist of? It should consist of attraction, energy, sexuality, passion, adventure. What else? You can help me. You can write, what do you think love between, in my case, between man and woman, or like between two partners with my future husband should be? Yes, I put respect already. I put adventure, mutuality. What is interesting? Mutuality. I'm not sure whether I want reciprocity, maybe. Yeah, I want reciprocity. Mutual interest. Yeah, maybe some of the interest, yes, for sure, to do something together. I also believe that I'm okay if my partner has quite different interests, but as long as we have maybe some similar, so that we have still something to do together. Lovely. What else? We can also add some circle speech. We don't know yet what they mean, but we just add them. Mutual goals. Yes, the goals are important. It's actually very important. Responsibility is very important. Communication. Yes. Thank you. Mutual goals. What else we have in love? Trust. Honesty. Understanding. Yes. Interesting that Ro and another person wrote understanding at the same time. Lisa wrote understanding at the same time. Faithful. Support. Yes. Reliability. Yes. Okay, we can add some more. You can add also some maybe which we don't mention. Like obviously you don't need to add the ones which I'm saying. You can add whatever is important for you. Happiness, children, Fun, yes, we should have fun, kindness, even weirdness to some extent. Attraction. Now I don't feel this cold anymore. Now I feel warm. It's interesting how forgiveness, awesome, sexy. Yeah, that's true. I put sexuality here. Forgiveness is good, yes, because no matter how hard we try, there will be something wrong. Nothing is ideal in this life, but that's beauty of it. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to again round a bit. So we have a bit of rounding. Inspiration, yes, that's lovely. Inspiration. So I'm going to do some rounding. And at the same time, while I'm doing rounding, I want to add some more neurolines. So we add neurolines to our background and we go through the drawing. It's fine if the line goes through any circles anywhere. So we can go through both of us. In this way it connects. We can just go here. The heart can just like have these lines attached to it and goes from it. So like we can draw the lines both ways. It's not necessary just to draw it one way. Interesting. Well, when I started now drawing these lines, I started feeling my belly, and how it's like my belly. Not really talking. It's not burly, but you know, when you're worried before exam, that's a feeling in the belly. So I have something similar at the moment. Interesting. What do you have? What does your body tell you? Interesting to know. I also feel my neck. Yeah. Butterfly. Yes, butterflies. That's true. Excitement. Nice. Great. That's interesting. We have 95 people in the room and only a few are writing. Possibilities. Yes. Interesting. I'll just give you a couple of silent moments so that you can also a bit talk to yourself, monitor yourself, and feel the drawing better. And ask yourself what kind of thoughts come to your mind and what kind of emotions do you feel as well. Helping each other, yeah. Can you make circles bigger if you feel you really want more of that? Ro, which circles do you need? Sorry, which circles do you mean? Do you mean circles inside the heart or circles which symbolize two people? Do you need to feel the heart all the way up? No, not really. You can leave the blank space maybe for the future. I'm adding more circles because I'm sure there's more things inside love. So inside the heart for both people. Yeah, you can make the circles big. As you can see, my circles are like different sizes. They are not all the same size. So like you can make them bigger or smaller. That's completely fine. And no, you don't need to feel everything, but I do put more like a blank. By blank, I mean something which I draw, but I don't know yet what it means. So it's like it's for the future. You can use it in the future. But if you feel you want to leave some blank space, you can also do that. Like if I desire much more respect, can I make it? Yeah, you can make respect bigger, exactly. So you can see, like, I have some of mine bigger and some of like are really small. So proportionally, like, yeah. But one thing which I suggest, don't make it bigger than yourself or your partner. So like, make them all smaller than your shapes. You're welcome. So now I'll just do a bit of more rounding. In general, health and safety of NeiroGрафика, unless you already advanced in NeiroGрафика, you need to round all the angles. So if you see an angle, you need to round it. And so we round it here and here. And we continue rounding. Yes, it becomes nice, quite positive composition. So again, any angles, we need to round them. And especially if it's big and sharp, we need to round it as well. So now we don't have enough time to round everything, but we just round as much as we want, as we can. Let's just spend 1 more minute in rounding. And then we will switch to our next step, is adding the color. And you can add the color using the pencils, which I'll be doing, or you can add the color using the marker or highlighter pen. It's up to you. And I'll teach you the main point of adding the color. So with the color, what is important is in NeiroGрафика, one of the first points is the fact that we do not do mosaic. So when we add the color, the role of the color is to do the archetyping. So we connect different parts of the drawing using the color. So we do not do just like one circle like here and leave it by itself. No, using the color, we connect different parts of the drawing. You don't need to add the color in the way I do it. You can choose whichever color you want and add it in whichever way you want. So if you learned in NeiroGрафика the course, which is called NeuroColor, then you can use your knowledge, because in that course, and this course is a part of Instructor's course, in that course we learn how different color can work in our lives, can work in our drawing. What does it mean? And how we can use it. One thing which I haven't done yet, and what I need to do, is to add, like, to put our hearts so they can be seen in different color. Why is connecting different parts called archetyping? Oh, it's a good question. And today we have just 12 minutes left. I'm sure. I think it's a proper lesson needed for that. So you learn it in a basic course of NeiroGрафика, and basic course of NeiroGрафика is part of the Instructor's course. But in general, like today, I'm not explaining NeiroGрафика too much, because you need to learn it properly, and you will learn what is archetyping. What I can tell you is it's adding the color or like connecting. It's called archetyping. So you know a bit of terminology, but I'm not gonna now explain it into depth. If you want to, you can also just Google it later on, just because it's a proper concept, and it needs attention rather than just 2 minutes explanation. What you can do then, maybe you can also ask this question in the group after we finish drawing, because then, not in this group, but you can ask in the group or Facebook group, which will be later. Myself or Anna, if Anna is hearing us, maybe Anna can publish the link where people can later on put their pictures, so that we can see how beautiful your drawings are. What kind of pencils do I use? I use watercolor Arteza pencils. So like, I'll show you. It's kind of pencils. Yeah, this kind of. I like this shape. It's very nice to hold them. They're triangle shape. I in general like also triangles. When you later learn NeiroGraphic, you will learn that triangle has a special meaning. So we add more color. As I said, you add whichever color you like, but for example, I'm adding yellow, and yellow means clarity in NeiroGraphic. And I think clarity is very important in love, because often people love each other, but they're not clear about what's going next. What do you expect? And yeah, it's interesting. And green is the color of easiness, lightness. Yeah, and I love green. It's also my color in general. And by the way, you don't need to add the color everywhere. In the drawing, you can leave also some parts white, because by the way, white is also color if you forgot. So that's completely fine. I'll just add a bit more green here. And also in NeiroGraphic, okay, one color can go on top of another color. That's also fine. Okay, and maybe some of this color I want to add. We don't have much time left, so I'll just add a bit more color here and there, and then afterwards we will do 2 last steps. And as you can see, I'm adding the color in, which is not just in one part of the drawing or another, but like it goes through the drawing, so it creates a energy inside the drawing, and it unites the drawing. So the idea of the archetyping of the color, like adding the color, is also to unite the drawing. So now, what is else left? According to the basic algorithm of NeiroGraphica, we need to do the fill lines, and we need to do the archetyping. So the fill line is a line which goes from one end to another end, from bottom to up. And the idea of the fill line is to unite the drawing. So first, one of the fill line, I want to unite both myself and my future husband here. And then another line I want to go like maybe as a development, like a line of growth. And by the way, when these lines intersect, they create new angles, and we need to round these angles. So do you have any questions? We have like 7 minutes left. So if you have any questions, please ask them now. So next step, which I'll do, is I'll do the fixation. And usually the fixation is something what you want to put your attention on, which is like, what's your solution? And obviously, because I was drawing love, so my solution is love. So I will do the fixation on the heart. I'll round it. So anywhere where I create angles, I need to round them, not just big lines, but also small lines. So I round everything. We don't have time now to round completely everything, so you can finish it later. I feel like I want to add a bit more color. Maybe a bit more like this kind of yellow, and maybe a bit more red. Yes, in the end of the day, it's love. It should be red. And brown, maybe a bit for structure, because okay, you can love, but I think it's important also to be married. To have a proper structure of your love. Is the fixation lines neural lines? Yes, the fixation lines are neural lines as well. Oh, I feel my belly, but it's like more release of tension. And maybe some more colors. So if you have any other questions, please ask them now. Never, no, not never, but because we're gonna finish very, very soon in 5 minutes. And before we finish, we also please let me know how did you like today's class? What did you learn? And I understand that if it was your first drawing in NeiroGрафика, that must be a bit overwhelming. But don't worry, there will be recording, and Anna has already published the link for the recording. So you can, it will not be obviously straight away. It takes some time to process the videos. So later on, you should receive recording. Well, you shouldn't, you will not receive it unless you go to the group. So don't expect it to be in your email, but you will get it. So love the class, amazing, excellent descriptions. Thank you so much. Lovely lesson, familiar with NeiroGрафика, great, Ellen. Oh, happy to hear. I like this process because you can use it for many situations, not just relationship love. Exactly. This is really good point, Ro. You can use it for anything. Amazing energy. It's a lovely class. Thank you, Michelle, for being here. I feel love. Wonderful. I really enjoyed the class, especially like the way you pause and give us time to think rather than listen all the time. Yes, I think it's important to listen to yourself as well, especially as you are going through such deep process. And so it's not just about getting information and learning something, but it's also like just listening to yourself, because this is the process of NeiroGрафика. In NeiroGрафika, we will monitor ourselves all the time. So if you go further and like you start learning NeiroGрафика, you learn that we need to, when we do the drawing and we put it for supervision, then we actually need to put also the points based on basic algorithm, how you felt on each steps of the algorithm. And after you do that a couple of times, then you will learn how to do it. And you will monitor your body and your feelings, emotions constantly. So thank you, Ilona, for lovely words. Thank you, Denise. It was so nourishing towards whatever we want to connect more. Yes, it's important to know what you want and just go towards it. That's the main point. Nice. I'm just adding some more color, which I feel I want. I don't want to add it everywhere, but I just feel like some of the colors is missing. Like. And by the way, to draw NeiroGрафика, you don't need to be good at drawing. You know, when I started NeiroGрафика, I was happy about it because it's an abstract art, and you do not need to do anything specific. So like, I didn't know how to draw the base or the human. I still don't know actually. But NeiroGрафика helped me to do what I love to do. I love drawing, but I'm not good at drawing the humans. And yes, I can learn it, obviously, but I'm not really bothered about it. I don't want it, but I use NeiroGрафика to help myself and help others. So NeiroGрафika is a great element which you can combine with coaching. And by the way, if you have any other profession, like if you are a psychologist or psychiatrist or any other even type of doctor, or your profession as a teacher, you can also use NeiroGрафika in your profession. So, but in order to teach, you need first to do the instructor's course, or at least the specialist, because in specialist course you also will learn. You will get the certifications which you'll be able to use it in your practice, but you will not be able to teach. The teaching is proper is instructor. When you learn in basic course of NeiroGрафика, you will learn it for yourself. So this is a process. Okay, so we have 1 minute more. The questions. So when are you coaching? How do you explain how a client should do this? Well, when I'm coaching, we are drawing. I'm telling, okay, how do you feel? So first I'm deciding on a different algorithm, because NeiroGрафika has many algorithms. And when I'm coaching, so I talk to clients and they say to me, okay, what's the issues? What kind of problem? And then after we decided on algorithm, then I explain step by step what they have to do. So I'm not teaching them, but what I'm doing with them is I explain them what they need to do next, and now you need to do next. And while they're doing that, they're doing a drawing, and they're working through the process. So while coaching, I'm not just talking about, okay, now draw this line and now draw this. No, we're actually working through the topic. So to some extent, like today, I worked through my topic of husband, which I touched upon. I didn't go too deep, obviously, because we don't have much time. But with a client, you go much deeper. So you do a proper coaching, but you also add to this coaching NeiroGрафика. So you do it together. But in specialist course, you will learn the basics of it. So don't worry. Everything comes with the time. So obviously, you're not expected to know it from today's class. Today's class is meant just for you to learn. And yes, Anna, thank you for putting the group link. Please put your photos there. And also, if you have any questions, you can look it there. I took the specialist course, but it's not clear. Okay, well, I suggest maybe you speak to the person you had the specialist course with and ask them, and also you can ask Institute. Unfortunately, my time is over now. Now it will be the next speaker. So I pass the stick to Anna. Thank you, everyone, for participating. I will be looking forward to see your drawings.
Thank you very much, Margarita. It was amazing. I love this algorithm. It's just beautiful. Wonderful. Thank you.
Well, thank you for lovely words, and I'm disconnected now, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. Again, if you've just joined, my name is Anna Denning. I'm helping sort of to get this conference to run smoothly. And I would like to invite our next speaker, Alina Smolyansky. Alina, if you're in the room, please join us. Alina is a NeiroGрафика instructor.
Hello.
Oh, fantastic.
Yes.
Hello, Alina. Lovely to see you.
Lovely.
Welcome to the conference. How are you?
I'm great, thank you.
Where are you based?
I'm actually in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. It's in the Pacific Coast.
How is the weather there?
Today is excellent. I promised rain, but it's really nice. It's like a spring, windy, cold, and
Yes, lovely. So Alina will be presenting for us sort of my NeiroGрафика and mindfulness, and she'll be introducing the neurocalligraphy. I've never seen it done, so I really look forward to your presentation. So best of luck with that.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to disconnect myself and the floor.
And I just connect. Okay. Thank you so much for joining me today. And the most important thing that I was, oh my goodness, I think I'm thanking everyone who joined me today, because what really makes us teachers is you as participants, for us to be instructors, we need students. We need somebody who listens to us. Without you, we can't do that. So I'm really would like to thank everyone who joined me today. As you know, some of you took classes with me, and I was really so. Anna, could you please? I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know how to turn on my presentation. Okay, and then I did. Okay. Thank you very much. So as you can see, I'm an instructor of NeiroGрафика, and before that, I briefly introduced myself. I was a full-time artist for for the last 12 or even 13 years. But before that, my life was involved much more. I was an engineer and financial professional, and later even professional in communications. It related to writing, editing, publishing. And also I was in graphic design and web design. So that was my past experience. And at the same time, my other interests also include yoga, meditation, healthy lifestyle, and probably in mindfulness, and mindfulness in everyday life. How I came to NeiroGрафика, it was after my career with, at that time, over 11 years in painting icons and acting paintings. At that time, I was already teaching art. But what I realized, that interest obviously was going down. And it's understandable, because people are not it's a like barrier to enter. Even if it's icon painting, it's very similar to what you can experience as a, let's say, such a transformative arts, but at the same time, it would take you a long time to learn anything. And also, it's very culture specific and religious specific. And as my career turned from artist into teaching, I started looking for ways how I could teach art. And then after some life crisis in my artistic life, in my art life, I found NeiroGрафика, and I realized it was like missing link that made connection between art, psychology, self-improvement, and realization, self-realization. That's what attracted me. And the most important component for me, it was that I would be able to teach. I was very much taking it, and if that I wouldn't say that I fell in love, but I felt very strong connection. And also because this field is so new, I thought it would be very much accepted and welcomed in North America. I'm talking about 2019. It was 2 years ago. 2 years ago, exactly when I joined the instructor's course. Before I took a level 1, which is user course, and then specialist course, and then I realized it wasn't enough, and I switched to the instructor's course. So many of you heard that there's also being a coaching. Yes, I have a coaching certification, but I don't use it. I was interested in NeiroGрафика, in teaching NeiroGрафика, and I am interested. I'm an instructor, and that I take that seriously, and that my heart is in teaching. And I embraced that. From being an artist and becoming a teacher, it took me, I would say, a few years to embrace that new direction in my life. So we were asked to present something that would be about our case, like our case in significant. As I didn't do any coaching, but I would like to share with you my experience as a NeiroGрафика instructor straight after I graduated in 2019. In December, I watched many careers of many NeiroGрафика instructors, and many of them, those who became known and satisfied with their professional growth, were very much specializing in some specific area. And I didn't know, I couldn't find at that time what to specialize. And I decided, okay, I will just go and teach all the modules, all the advanced courses that are part of NeiroGрафика program, NeiroGрафика instructors program. I had a small group, and last year, 2020, exactly this time, we began our journey that finished in December. So that was incredible journey for my students, but also for me, because I realized and I learned so much more by being a teacher than being a student. And I was a good student, I assure you. And I was always a good student. And in NeiroGрафика as well. And in this slide, you can see examples and collage that I posted on my social media network. I took our drawings from every course. As you can see, it's from composition, color, goal, and the middle is in mandala and time. So that's are the courses and our combination. And I can see the progress of them, how they grew from the basic user course, which we started in last March. And then how they advanced in December to timing. And at the end, I have to admit, I couldn't even find anything with their drawings. I had to offer comments. And quite often I didn't, because they were so good. They were drawing so good. There was a transformation happened to me at the same time for the duration of the entire year. And I'm very grateful with that experience. But moreover, what experience taught me at leading a group, going through the entire modules, and it was a huge responsibility. And I don't think I even enjoyed it so much. Because I was also going through changes, not always comfortable. And I always have questions. I was so many questions about those who approached me. They asked whether they could learn. You become an instructor like me, and whether you can teach, whether they could learn in English. And at that time, I had no answers. All I could say, please wait. We don't have any definite dates. And based on the first conference, it seems like the dates are becoming more definite, and soon NeiroGrafica's instructors professional program, 9 months of professional training, will be available to English-speaking people, those who would like, and there are I'm sure there are many of them. And also, I noted there was a big change. When I started, there was hardly any interest in NeiroGрафика or neurographic art. It became known in like neurographic art. And the shift happened probably about in the middle of 2020. And more drawings appeared on social media networks. And I could see the growth in my accounts, how they grew within half a year, tremendously. There's so much interest and so much response. And I'm glad this is happening. But at the beginning, it was like jungle that you can travel only on your own, or complete growth, not in trail, just not even a map what to do. So definitely everything is changing in this English-speaking world with respect to NeiroGрафика or neurographic art. So that we finished that year, but what most importantly I realized is not only the techniques, I knew enough techniques, but what was so important for me is that year that proved that all those external achievements, career, I don't know, what we call money, something else, doesn't matter really. What really matters is what's within ourselves. That's why I called my that short presentation NeiroGрафика in mindfulness. Mindfulness that could be related to what we are within, in our deep within ourselves, whether we are strong enough to continue, where we're happy enough, and where we're joyful enough. So that joy will attract people. That joy, what we contain within ourselves, helps others. And that year proved that many works were gone. We had money, we couldn't spend them, or we didn't have money. But what really matters is who we are. So some of my example of my neurographic art drawings. I do not produce as art, as NeuroArt. Most of my, it's like practice. My art, I still practice icon painting and extempore painting, and I deliberately didn't want to include my artwork in that presentation. So if those who know me probably know what I'm talking about. They're very two different fields. They do not contradict each other, but they're so different. I felt like it wouldn't be fair to include them, to show them side by side. They are for different purposes. And that's even my audiences do not mix. There's no contradiction, but connection is only the connection that I can see. So that various art was called there. There's work done following tradition, NeuroGraphica. There's pure NeuroGraphica following the basic algorithm or the formula how to create neurographic art on NeuroGraphica. And so what today I would like to include, talking about mindfulness, is neurocalligraphy. This is my technique that I developed, and that was a part of my diploma. It was my diploma project when I graduated from professional training, NeuroGraphica professional training. When we talk about meditative drawing and attitude, writing, cursive writing is probably one of the main things that can induce this state, meditative state. Also, it has tremendous effect on the brain. And if you're interested enough, there is plenty of information that proves how cursive writing by hand, it's something that we in our days learned at school. And now at school is completely, it's almost gone from professional curriculum. Now many schools would like to introduce it because of those research, scientific proof how writing affects the brain and why it affects the brain so much and why it helps to develop our brain, like cortex. It's because it engages so many other areas, starting from fine motor skills, like moving with the hand, and connecting, especially we write something that's meaningful for us, like creative writing or journals, something we create. But even writing, if we just copy the text, it still helps our developing the brain, and it's excellent preventative medicine for our demographics. If we take people who are our age group and older, so it's excellent preventative activity. So how I developed that skill? I based it in the art of micrography. It's the art of drawing with letters. I was interested in micrography for years, and I included in my art, in my extempore painting, and I use a Hebrew text from the Zohar, and at that time I was very interested in Kabbalah. So micrography, it comes from small lettering, from micrographia, from the Greek language, and it's a specific Jewish art form, and they use tiny letters to creating images, and in this way they can kind of pass through the second commandment that prohibits creating graven images. And if you can look carefully, those texts on the slides, especially the small, what looks like tiny, like lines, they're actually tiny letters that create images. So on the left, you can see it's from a Hebrew manuscript from the 13th century. And they have also Latin, those two, like mandalas, and one of them is a spiral. There are two, that's in Latin. And also Islamic, this art have also developed in Arabic countries. They not create images, they use their calligraphy, creating incredible images. So one of them is calligram, and even in Sanskrit, in Hindu, they use this kind of art that creates images. So that was my technique was based on. And as you can, the next, and I show some examples of my work, including NeiroGrafika and neurocalligraphy. So yes, I incorporate the neurographic line, rounding, the basic algorithm, the formulas for creating it, and also the lettering. So some examples, so I included on the butterfly, that's my first attempt to use it as a big, the word evolve hidden in the middle, and a couple of them are from the course that I teach, and I teach this course, and some workshop like the Hanukkah, that was it was a free class that I offered a couple months ago. It was in December. And with this, I would like to invite you to, I will switch my camera so we can start drawing together. And I will show my technique and introduce it. Let me do. So here we are. I use certain tools. My favorite one, if you ask me what I use for drawing, for demonstration, I use like a simple felt markers, and I also use it in the basic user course. This my one of my favorite pencils is markers is Pigma Graphic 1. Has a create very nice line. It's not too thin, not too thick. A nice archival ink. This is a similar one, marker. There's a little bit of thicker line, and it's permanent. And especially for this specific occasion, I used very simple pencils. That's like Crayola. After a year of drawing with them, 2 years of drawing, they almost more. I have other pencils, and especially for presentation, and I decided to spoil myself, and I bought professional pencils, watercolor pencils from that's made in Germany, Albrecht Dürer, Faber-Castell. So we'll try them today. They're watercolor pencils. So that's about my tools. And before going any further, I would like to repeat something about we're going to use the neurographic line and the principle of rounding. For those who are completely new to NeiroGrafika, that will be helpful. And if this presentation will appear online, then maybe somebody who is watching it the first time, I will repeat what Margarita explained in the previous presentation. So the neurographic line, the basic, it's the line, as you can see here, by definition. It doesn't repeat itself on any segment. This is all different. And it extends in direction where we don't expect to see it. It doesn't mean that it extends anywhere. It has a direction from A to B, but at the same time, since it doesn't repeat itself, there is no pattern. I produced this line with a small micro movement of the hand. This could be like in real life. We are planning this is our plan, how we start and how we want to be, where we begin and where we would like to be. But our life does something unpredictable. We don't know, and lucky if we advance in the direction where we would like to go. Anything to do like patterns like this, beautiful ornaments, or like this, are not examples of neurographic line. Why? Because they predict, the pattern is predictable, and we were looking for something unpredictable. And the reason was that we're trying to communicate with our subconscious mind, which doesn't have this logic, that logic of our analytical mind. Again, I can't explain much about it, but anyone who is interested, I offer the basic user course and many other instructors who offer basic user course of NeiroGрафика level 1 in English. So for now, those who are completely new, well, let's suggest doing it as we are going to draw lines. Just make sure that the line doesn't repeat itself. Just move your hand slightly. Even applies to letters that we're going to draw as my technique. Just make it sure that it doesn't repeat itself. At the beginning, it's not easy because we're creatures of habit and we tend to repeat ourselves because it's easy for the brain to reproduce something what it knows. So it's difficult at the beginning, but it becomes easy with the practice. It's another element that I would like to mention, of course, rounding. Rounding is based on the two figures. There's a circle that's associated with everything not positive in life, sometimes even sacred. The sun, the moon, infinity, timelessness. Triangle is also a powerful figure, but it represents a little bit of tension, that sharpness. And that sharpness is, we instinctively avoid those sharp corners. So with the rounding, so we have two lines, for example, like neurographic lines, one and another. When they intersect, they create four angles, and we create this rounding like this. We soften this connection and make it a softer transition. So that's why this wide and kind of felt tip markers are so good at the beginning. It's very easy to create rounding with them. Like for example, this is a finer one that requires a little bit more skill. A smaller drawing, and also it's not as spectacular. You will not be able even to see it on your screen. Like let's do with a bigger marker again, two lines. Intersection and connection. So what happens in our brain when we can see that this figure of something that we would probably stay away in reality when we see anything sharp pointing at us, we instinctively retreat. But when we see that our hands transform sharpness to something round, positive, it's not as dangerous anymore, our impression changes. And that's the goal of NeiroGрафика. We're not changing anything around us. We're changing our impression. And with this, so I would like to start our exercise. So we've known up. I hope there's no question. And I can see, thank you so much for saying hi, and I'm reading and see, thank you. Those who took some of my classes, thank you very much for supporting me in this conference. Okay, so this is my good paper that I'm going to use to draw my exercise. So I suggest any size will do. You can do it as small as or not. First, I'm going to draw a small composition. And I will use a couple of quotes. Oh, before going any further, I have to explain how I do my neurocalligraphy. This is my paper again. Let's say I'm going to write in cursive writing. So what I do with cursive writing, I'm just using the line. So instead of drawing it like this, like a neurographic line, I am going to use it for forming words. Like for example, today, the month of March. And I start writing. And I do micro movement with the hand, producing the neurographic line that has a shape. Here it is. And as you can see, I can do it again. I can outline it, do it a second line next to it. But if I see it corners, if I need, I can round those corners. Yes, it requires a lot of work, but it's worth it. It's also with rounding. You don't need to round every single corner. The rules of NeuroGraphic, especially in advanced techniques, please do rounding as much as you need, as much as you feel. If you feel tension, if you need pressure, do rounding. If not, just continue. It's only on the basic user course where there's a lot of conflict in our figures, those catharses. Probably many of you know that rounding is paramount, which is around everything. Here, you don't have to round everything. Again, and I will use much smaller letters. I will probably be even less smaller than this. Conference. And of course, I will use much smaller, like finer marker. Like fine pens, like this is a good one. And also I have like a pen that's almost, this is like a 0.5. This is 1 millimeters. Okay, so let's start the drawing now. Yes, I view it from an artistic background quite often, and it seems like in North America, many artists turned to neurographic art and tried to explain it. Also, what's good about neurographica, once you learn it, anyone can become an artist. It's very easy to learn, the very basics, so there is no barrier to enter. You start drawing, and very soon you realize that you can create meaningful and attractive drawings. So first I will use a couple of figures and a quote. Just something easy. What you seek is seeking you by Rumi. You can use, again, this is my selection. You can write anything you want. It's not a problem. It could be a journal, it could be a prayer, it could be a greeting card, anything. Actually, the students who took this course, they use it as greeting cards, as meaningful greeting cards. So, and I will, for simplicity, composition, a simple one, I will use 2 spirals, like ones with a pencil. One is like this, and the other one is coming out of it. It's something figure like this. So you can see with the pencil, and I will erase it later. I take and I start writing. So instead of creating a neurographic line, I create a text with it. So it's a more sophisticated neurographic line. what you seek is. And I link all the words together. Okay, I turn it, seeking you, and I can write the author's name here in the remaining. Okay, so now I have another quote, for example. Also, I use a shorter quotes so we can have enough time to copy it. And I continue from here. Let's, for example, the healthiest response to life is joy. A little bit too big. E. So one more before we go, I can change here. I used as a line. Okay, I created my text with a line. If you want to create a line, you can draw the line first and attach your text to the line. And that's why I continue. Oh, hell. See. What? Turning it. To life is joy. Okay, I think will be enough for now. So what else you can do this? This is the beginning of our composition. So it's not the drawing yet. Those who know, you can include connected with the neurographic lines. So to add the background, you can add different figures. You can include it in a neurographic drawing. So if you have any figures, any abstract drawing, they can add as well a text. It doesn't have to be all text. It could be just a line or two or a meaningful word. I can also create I like it. I may create, okay, maybe I want to include a circle here. At the center. So what else I can do with this text? I can probably go again for the second line to check whether I would like to do rounding. Just in text. Again, don't forget this is a the neurographic line. Okay, rounding. And I can connect this sentence. It sits on the line. So I can connect it with the line. In some places, you can do it around the corners. So why is this meditative drawing? And again, when you engage so much, it automatically grasps your attention. Writing in general is a challenging task. Writing on some unusual way, it's even more challenging. To complicate the matter, you can write upside down, you can write back and forth, in reverse, and using a mirror. That will be very excellent exercises for the brain. Also, while using the neurographic line, if you, like for example, affirmations, you can use it for affirmations, and in this way to make your affirmations writing stronger. Then they are not just saying it, but writing it. And all these other rules that we studied in the NeiroGрафика and in connection with the neurographic lines and the property applies here to the text. So example, here's one word, and I can just include one letters, like big ones, and create as a additional background image, just a background. That will be the main writing. Let's say if I have O here, I can create, I will put let's say joy. And I can create them, connect them as much as you can. There's no real rules about it. Here's example, a sticking corner, like something you could represent like sharp corner. No problem, I can connect it. And round the corner. So I apply the same rules as we apply to NeiroGрафика. In general rules with respect to the formula, the algorithm, the line, the composition, and the colors. Those who know. I can include extra lines. Since this line starts from somewhere in the middle, I can take it outside like this. If you would like to hide what you're writing, you can add extra lines and I'm sure nobody can read it. So there's plenty of room with this one, with this technique. I know that it's almost over. We have about 15 minutes. And I would like just to add colors. And and then you can, and I will be happy to answer your question. When I will finish my drawing, I will include it on my Facebook page and my Instagram, so those who follow me will definitely publish it when I finish. There's plenty of work to be done with this one. Coloring. Coloring any color that you can. Just follow your intuition, I would say. If we're talking about joy, I will probably start with some yellow, like nice sunny color, like today's weather. Well, weather is probably in North America, where it's still day. And I overlap my colors. I have technique that I techniques that I use for coloring. They're just general coloring techniques. As an artist, I have my own set of techniques, and one of mine is I overlap the colors, and also they're not necessarily constrained by shapes. Somebody's comments, that's a great way to write poems in circles. It's actually, there's some techniques, some writing shaped poetry that were written in certain shapes. Now I feel like, okay, I have enough red. I'll probably add blue. You don't need to color everything. Just actually the drawing appears light when it's some white space left, and white is also one of the colors. So at the beginning, how I work on the drawings, after creating composition, I introduce colors. Since I follow my intuition, like my sense of beauty, let's say, I try one color and decide, okay, this works. Maybe another color. Okay, let's try another color here. These are watercolor pencils. Maybe a little bit of red. I think this will be my central focal point of my composition. So I can afford to put a little bit of red, stronger. So whether I will not explain it, whether you would like to include field lines. If those who know you, welcome, but I am not going to add too much information regarding it. It's not, I wouldn't say it's necessary in this specific drawing. Now I'm feeling it's empty and I can start adding lines. Also, with respect to lines, you can experiment with different frequency. These are lines like nice meditative lines. That's probably good for the purposes. We call it meditative drawing, creating mindfulness. But if you need to add more activity to your drawing, the lines could be has a different amplitude. For example, like this. So if you wonder why you create double lines, there's no requirement. It's my specific style. And some neurographic artists also do many lines. So it's beginning with my learning the method. When I realized that to create a strong effect, I needed fine lines, but many lines. So in general, NeuroGrafika is not minimalistic kind of art, and the rule, the more lines, the better. Anyway, I will be working on the text as well, because in my specific the case, this one, the focus is on the quotes. And thank you very much those who enjoyed this presentation and found this technique useful. Thank you very much for your kind words. And with this, you can do as much as you can if you need. When I start including the lines, filling in the lines. Again, so those, if you can see, if you feel a bit concerned and bothered by sticking those lines, sharp lines, you can extend them and connect to the nearest line. When I was first experimenting with this technique, and I practice it daily for my experiment, it was my diploma work, I did a research, I realized that my focus became much sharper, like after a few weeks of practicing. At least 4 weeks of practicing gave a very good result. is almost over. If you have any questions, please, I will be happy to answer while we just spend a few minutes drawing. Okay, so there was a question about requirements for the diploma project in NeiroGрафика. The diploma was as part of my training, our training as a NeiroGрафика instructor. And that has to be a case, like how you apply it in your, it could be in relation, maybe your professional life or technique, a new technique that you develop. I've chosen a technique, and also share your experience in NeiroGрафика. And it has the requirements of writing, I believe, a few thousand words. I don't remember how much exactly, but it was quite a few pages. Okay, and there was another question. The phrase, which one? I had two. So that was, the first one was, what you seek is seeking you. And the second one is, the healthiest response to life is joy. Question. Well, probably this considered NeuroArt, but really depends how much NeiroGрафика you're going to include. Like whether you follow the basic algorithm, which is the formula, whether you do all the steps, and it gets processed. So that could be NeiroGрафika. I would say NeiroGрафika as well, even if it's abstract. But you need to check if you're doing it for a course. You need to check with the instructor. So the question, what was the purpose of drawing in this way? I mean, NeiroGрафика, you mean like those curvy lines? That's it has an effect on the brain. So what the purpose of NeiroGрафика really, if you're asking me about the whole field, is to change our impression that allows us to function better in life. It's like self-improvement. It's a self-transformation. And that's the method that Pavel Pискarёva developed. And he found out on his personal experience and also experience with others that drawing the neurographic line, this curvy line that imitates some events and phenomena in nature, affects our subconscious mind. Yeah, thank you for your questions. Now the time is over, and I will.
Hello again, and I wanted to thank Alina very, very much for such a beautiful presentation. Alina, this is amazing. I just love what you do with those words, with the calligraphy. It's such an amazing and unique way of drawing. So thank you so much for it.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. It was my pleasure. Okay.
Yes. Wonderful.
Okay, so I will leave the scene for our next speaker. So good luck with the rest of the day. Thank you. Thank you for hosting me.
Thank you, Alina. It's lovely to have you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Hello, everyone. And it's actually me next. And we will be drawing today Camellia Flower. I call it sort of Zen meditation. But first, I wanted to tell you a couple of words about me. Some of you might have seen the presentation in the Facebook group. So my name is Anna Denning, also known as Anna D. Art on Facebook. And I think some of you who are here, sort of my students. Yes, hello, Cindy. I do have a question. So where are you from? So who is here today? So which countries? I've seen those: Australia here, Belgium. I'm based in the UK. So we have Cyprus, Switzerland, Netherlands, USA, Russia. Fantastic. Oh, Italy. Oh, wonderful. Oh, another England, Russia. Wonderful. So many of you today, and thank you for being here. I know for some of you can be quite late. It's 10 o'clock here. Italy, Germany, wonderful. Faroe Islands, Denmark. Wow, this is brilliant. Fantastic. So a couple of words about me. I'm a NeiroGрафик instructor and aesthetics art coach. I'm also a member of International Association of Neurogestalt. And in Russian, it sounds wonderful. It sounds like mango, but the abbreviation in English is not as exciting as mango. But it's an organization for all the sort of NeiroGrafika aesthetic art coaches. And they do all sorts of things to improve the qualifications and expertise of coaches. Yes, so NeiroGrafika is absolutely amazing, as you might know, and I'm a big fan, and I can tell you it is a transformative art method, and I'm a living, breathing proof of it, because if you met me a couple of years ago, it changed my life completely. Before I start, I actually want to ask, is anybody in this group who's never done NeiroGrafika before? Alina before me, she gave a lovely presentation how to draw NeiroGraphic line and how to do rounding. Is there anybody in the group who is not familiar with rounding or with drawing NeiroGraphic line? If you are totally new and you've just joined, can you please put minus? Oh, right, now I have one, Astrid. First introduction, never done this before. Okay, somebody else is here. So before we start the drawing itself, I'm going to show you just very quickly how to draw NeiroGraphic lines and how to do rounding. Okay, so I'm going to just quickly show you. This is what I've done earlier. So this is what we will be drawing. And as I say, it's a Neurocamellia flower. We have Neurolotus. We haven't had Neurocamellia. This is something that I came up with. And it is a really lovely drawing. Kind of really puts you into this Zen meditation stage. And okay, so I'm going to swap the camera around and just grab a piece of paper. So for today's class, we will need paper for album. I've got an album prepared. We will need markers or liners. So I'm using this wonderful liner. It's calligraphic Japanese, so it's thin from one side, and it's lovely brush on the other side, and it's really good for drawing these beautiful energy field lines. Okay, so I will disappear for a second, and because I'm swapping the work, I'm just looking that it is positioned the right way. So bear with me just a second. So, okay. Just think this is the bottom and this is the top. Okay, this cameras can be a bit temperamental sometimes, so I do apologize. I did fix it before I started, but it's still playing up. Okay, so I hope you can see well. Can you please put plus if you can see my paper well? All right, lovely. just to make sure that it is, yep, fantastic. Okay, so how would you draw neural lines in NeiroGrafika? Neurographic lines are the magic lines. They're also called Pискarёva lines because they were developed kind of by Mr. Pavel Pискarёva, the maestro of NeiroGrafika. And they are the lines that never repeat themselves on any point of its journey. So I will just draw one for you, and I will draw a normal line, and you will see how it is different from a normal line. Okay, so if somebody asks you to draw a line, normally we just go, okay, or if somebody says, oh no, please, can you draw a wavy line? And often people do something like this. So this line, if you see, it repeats itself, okay, and it shows our stereotypical thinking. So neurographic line is the line that never repeats itself. And we literally, every time when we draw a line, we need to feel a little bit of resistance. So I explain, and all other new instructors, they explain how to draw beautiful neurographic lines during the basic user course. But for now, just sort of draw, a couple of lines, and they shouldn't repeat themselves. Okay, and literally you should really feel a bit of tension. Your hand wants to go up and you take it any other way but up. So you always kind of like, kind of have this resistance and struggle with yourself a little bit. So after those beautiful lines cross, we create little corners. Even if sometimes they don't look particularly sharp, still it is a corner, and anything that's a corner or triangle signifies danger for our brain, because this is something, if we step on this, it's going to hurt, all right? So what we do is every single sort of these cross sections we round beautifully, and we create a safe environment for our brain. Can you see? Sort of it's from being sharp, we create harmony, and we create beauty. Oh, I can see that somebody can only see black screen. Can you see me? If you can see me, can you please press 1, put 1? Okay, fantastic. So Cleo, if you can't see it, you will probably need to reload, take refresh. And if you refresh, it will come back up. Okay? All right. So we basically, every single corner that we create when we draw those lines, and everywhere where lines cross, we round. Okay, and we create this beautiful neurographic pattern. It already looks like our neural cells. I love it. It looks like, we're watching our brain through electronic microscope. So, yeah. So I hope that this is kind of clear for everybody. So for all our newcomers, I sometimes even like to sit down and draw a few lines and do rounding. And even this, calms you down, and it's a wonderful kind of way to relieve stress. So I hope that this is clear. Can you please, never done it before, is it all clear for you now? We're waiting for those number 2s. Perfectly clear. Thank you. Right. Fantastic. So I'm glad it is clear. So today we will be drawing neurocamellia, and it is the topic of this conference is all about love. And speakers before me, they were drawing love, and Margarita even touched on the subject of self-love. So today I'll be drawing with you self-love, and we'll be nourishing our self-love. And in order for some of you might have not forgotten how camellias look like, I went to my garden today and I took this beautiful flower. I have a really big bush of camellias. So I'm sure that that's okay. So I picked one flower. So this is how it looks like. Normally, this is a hybrid. Normally they have kind of a center and it has flowers around it. And actually our favorite tea, normal tea that we drink, it comes from the camellia flower plant. Camellia, the reason why I want to draw camellia is because camellia is a symbol of love in Asia, especially in China and Japan. So before we start, I would like you to take a piece of paper and write as many words as you can in 10 minutes. And I want you to write down qualities that you love about yourself. So I'm sure there is, all sorts of qualities we like about ourselves, how we're friendly towards other people, how much we love dogs and animals and pets, how much we donate to charity, what we look like. Some of you might like certain parts of your body, your relationship with other people. Oh, 2 minutes, not 10. Sorry, did I say 10? No, just 2 minutes. And, just think about what your parents, what your kids might like about you. So I'm going to time now 2 minutes, and please write down as many words as you can about self-love. What do you love yourself for? Okay. If you are ready, let's start now. Okay, and the time is up now. Can you please let me know how many words you wrote down? I've got 29 words. That's quite pleased with that. Okay, we have 19, 22, 26, 2018. Fantastic. You're brilliant. That's a lot of words. That's wonderful. Now I would like you to look at your list of words, and I would like you to highlight your 8 words that you like the most. Okay, I've got my 8 words. Don't worry, we're going to use all your words, but I just wanted to for you to pick your 8 favorite ones just to start to get the ball rolling. Okay, so I'm going to swap the camera around again. now, and we will. Okay. Fantastic. So if you get your liners or markers ready, I want you to start to draw in the center of the page a circle, which is about sort of 3 fingers in diameter. So roughly 3 fingers in diameter. Oops, wrong side. So this will be kind of the heart of our flower. And after you do, don't worry if it is not perfect. Don't worry if the the circle is not very circular, because mine certainly is not. And what I want you to do, I want you just to start exploring the inside of this circle. And I want you to go around it and explore sort of the borders from border to border, and with neurographic line. And I want you to imagine yourself walking in the wonderful green garden along the path. And as you go along the path, you found a little teddy bear that's lying down on the grass. And you go, and then you see on this path a little child that is standing there. You can see that this child is upset about something, and he or she is lost. So you come to this child and you understand that this child is lost that teddy bear that you're holding, and it means the world. I'm going to be saying her because I'm a girl. But if there's gentlemen here, just think about this child as a boy. And I come to this girl and I call out for her and give her this teddy bear. And she looks so happy and just so happy. And then she looks up at you and you can see that this child is you when you were little. So when you feel complete, you give her a hug and you just feel so happy, like you found something that you were looking for. So, and with this feeling of love for yourself, I want you to start drawing 8 petals of this flower. And the petals in camellia flower, they are harmonious and they're round. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And now I want you to go back to those 8 words that you wrote, that you really, certain qualities that you really love about yourself. And I want you either to write them, now you know how to write it prettily, or you can just name them, or you can put a letter. So I'm just going to be putting little letters. For example, I've got artistic, so I put A here. Energetic, so I put E. Kind, K. Fun. F. I missed a petal. And joyful. So now you're almost like telling your brain, and these are your qualities. So now this is almost sort of the bud of your flower, and where it's going now to open and become more and more beautiful. So now we will be drawing more petals. And if you know what they mean, you can name them from the list. They don't have to be perfect, all those petals, because every flower is beautiful and unique, same as we are. So you can add more and more petals. You can name them, you can write words in them, or you can just name them in your mind. And this is how a beautiful flower is going to open up and blossom. As I draw, I look at the words, and each petal in my mind I name. Like, for example, one of them is I love pets. This is a big petal. I wonder what this one will mean. Yep, I know what it's going to mean. Yes, I'm going to actually name it. Alright, and so we're making that flower bigger and bigger. And I want to remind you to breathe deeply and just monitor your thoughts as they come and go, and what emotions you're feeling. I hope that you feel more love for yourself. As you can see, the flower grows bigger and bigger. And now I don't even know when one row of flowers start and the other ends. And some of the qualities that we have here at the beginning, we will grow them. I think I'm going to just look at your flower now, just see if it is symmetrical or not. Like, for example, this has got less petals than here, so I'm going to make it slightly more balanced. So when you're happy with the amount of flowers that you got, that we can start rounding the drawing. Okay, and as I showed you the rounding, everywhere where lines cross, we'll round things. I'm actually at the resourceful flower here, and I wanted to just say to all of you that we're all full of resources, and actually NeiroGрафика is a fantastic tool for bringing these resources through drawing, through conscious drawing, finding them within ourselves and putting them to good use. We're always okay. We know what's best for us, And we have everything that we need inside ourselves. And as I say, NeiroGрафика is a great tool to do it. You don't need to be able to draw at all. I actually have an art background. I did 5 years of art school. But even if I didn't, I would still be amazing in neurographics, because we're just using really simple techniques when we draw. And it's actually my favorite tool for bringing creativity out of people. Literally because anybody can do it. And with a little bit of practice, everybody can become amazing, unique artists. I had students in my class at my basics user course who hasn't drawn since school. And now they're really, really accomplished artists in their own right. They say it's a fantastic tool to bring the best out of people. And it's changed my life quite a bit. If somebody told me even a year ago that I will be presenting at the conference with quite a few people watching, I wouldn't believe. But now, through drawing, through working on internal limitations, impossible things become possible. Okay, how are you enjoying the rounding? Please put put plus if you are enjoying rounding. Fantastic. I'm glad to hear it. Lovely. So I will hope to finish rounding quite soon and actually spend some time playing with color, because I love color in NeiroGрафика. I just love color in general. Color's got so much power for healing and for bringing energy. I've just finished the NeuroColor course, which I love doing. And I'm so happy that the Institute is bringing the Instructors program to the English-speaking world. It's long overdue. It is, it'll be really, really lovely to see more people in the English-speaking world doing NeiroGрафика. And one of my missions in life is making people draw and create. And as I say, I've seen literally takes a couple of months and people become amazing artists. Yeah, and the instructor's course, it's great. I can't say it's particularly easy, but it's just you do so much internal work when you study, when you go through different algorithms. And I obviously started with the basics, and I've done specialist, and then I went into to study the aesthetic art coach, and then I quickly realized that that's not enough. I want to be the instructor, and I want to bring this beautiful method to people. Yes, how are you? Hello, Anna, darling. Hello. When will the English speaking instructor course start? It will start soon, and at the end of this conference, we have a treat. We have Pavel Pискarёv himself is going to be doing a presentation, and also Anton Pискarёv, and they will be talking about the instructor's course. All I can say is soon, but I'm not going to spoil the surprise, and I will leave you in suspense for a bit longer, so they will let you know. Yes. So, as an instructor, I teach basic user course, and I teach all the algorithms that part of the instructor's course, like neurocolor, neurocontact, neurocomposition, mandala, neurosketching, all these beautiful things that even if you don't want to become an instructor, they're great algorithms just to enrich your own life and learn more about yourself. And communicate more efficiently with the outside world, with other people. Cindy, I wouldn't worry because everything will be in the recording. A few days later, all the videos will be published for your enjoyment and for your knowledge. So all of these videos, all the participants, they will be recorded, and they will go, and the videos will be available at the group. I might actually put, oops, no. I will do it at the end after I finish. I will send I've already been posting the links to the Facebook group. There's also a Telegram chat, actually. So if anybody is familiar with Telegram, we have a Telegram chat, and there will be all the announcements about videos, etc. They will come there. So after I finish the drawing, I will send you the link to the Facebook group. It's called NeiroGрафика Conference 2021. So I wonder how you do. Is there anybody here who's finished the rounding? Remember to breathe, to drink water if you have some water with you. Just as we nourish our camellia, our flower of love, to ourselves. Drink water. Oh, yep, somebody is done already. Fantastic. Yes, monitor how your body is feeling. Are you feeling relaxed? Are you feeling cold, hot? Everything is important. And if you do the basic user course, the instructor will tell you how important all these, sensations are in the process. I always say to my students that NeiroGrafika is not just the art method, it's also a body-oriented practice. We learn how to respect our body and to listen to it. Yes, and the subject of, I find that NeiroGrafika, participating in NeiroGrafika is a form of self-love. Because we give ourselves time to learn more about ourselves. And to learn what we need. Okay, I think I'm done. One tip from me, if you're not sure if there's, you need more rounding, you just basically grab your paper and you turn it around and you see where you need more rounding. Yes, sometimes just showing up is a way to indicate to the self that you care. Like, good words, beautifully said. There's also, when I was preparing for this, I found an Oscar Wilde quote, which says, "To love oneself is the beginning of a lifelong romance." So I almost want to write it down. So to love oneself is the beginning of a lifelong romance. I thought that was beautiful. Beautifully said. So once you've rounded all the petals, you can always, maybe not even now, maybe later, you can just round all these little corners if you have any. I don't have many inside the flower. Okay, so no man is an island. So there's always, we live in society, we live among other people. And in order to manifest that, we're drawing these beautiful neural lines from our lotus, not lotus, I keep calling it lotus flower because the other day I was drawing neural lotus, from this camellia flower to the edges of the paper. Like this. And obviously when you create little corners, please round them. Remember what neural lines are. They don't repeat themselves on any point of its journey. And they go where you don't expect to see them. Yeah, so connect to your flower. To the edges of the paper and draw as many lines as you like, really. I look forward to seeing your beautiful drawings in the group. Please, when I upload the link, please post them there. And at home, you can always practice neural lines. Don't just draw lines from sort of the outside of the flower, draw them from inside of the flower as well. Connect to your inner self, your inner child. To the outside. And then obviously we can round everywhere where lines cross. We need to create smooth flow of lines. So practicing self-love will not make us an egoist or anything. If we love ourselves, we love other people. So say, listen to yourself, listen to your needs. And self-loving people tend to treat themselves well, and then they treat others well. Treat others as you want to be treated. People with self-love are generally happy people. And we need to stop criticizing ourselves for little things, but love and appreciate us for who we are. Our body is what we are given, and that's the only place we're going to live in. Treating it well, taking it for nice walks in nature. That's great self-care, feeding it good food. Making sure that, it sleeps well. I always like to say that you wouldn't put bad sort of diesel into a petrol car. So we need to look after our body and put the right everything in it. And we need to look after ourselves, not just from physical, but also spiritual, emotional, in spiritual, emotional sense as well. Practice creativity, NeiroGрафика. It will serve you in good stead and sort of develop creativity in life. And creative people are more creative everywhere, in work, at home, with kids, with relationships. Okay, so I think I've done enough lines connecting, so I hope you are as well. And let's move on to my favorite, working with color. Later on, if you decide you want to add a few lines, or if you want to round some more, please do. I'm sure most of us have done the rounding. So, I'm working in pencils today. I do like pencils. And it's NeiroGrafics, so it's graphic method. So we are it's not, we're working with dry media, so to say. So pick the colors that you really like, that make you happy. So I want a nice yellow inside. And when we draw and when we work with color NeiroGрафика, we don't just do a little mosaic work, kind of like painting by numbers. We take a pencil and we cover several areas with the same color. Don't worry if your camellia is not going to look like, proper white camellia or red camellia, etc. It doesn't matter. It's our fantasy flower. And pick the colors that you love, because it is a manifestation of self-love. Just use the colors that appeal to you the most. And color several sections. I'm really drawn to nice, summery, juicy yellow. I'm going to pick even juicier yellow. Colors is wonderful. Every color carries certain energy. So pick the colors that resonate with you. Not just with your eyes, but like literally every cell in your body. To move on to orange. Orange is a lovely, wonderful color. Interesting color of Christmas for me. Because it's sort of, in Christmas time you always have satsumas and tangerines, etc. So a happy color. And I'm going to pick actually blue next. If you have any questions, you can ask them in the chat. As I say, I think with NeiroGрафика, it really helps you open you up, like literally like this flower opens you up. You know, you have a little, you know, bud, and then as the flower unpacks itself, there's more and more, becomes more and more beautiful. And literally, if I find that if you, for me, NeiroGрафика is quite scientific method. So if you, where attention goes, energy flows. In this kind of joy NeiroGрафика, you activate almost like new life scenarios that are much more likely to happen if you spend time with them and if you draw them. And pay attention. I just want to take blue outside. And I want to take this blue out. Yes, how are you feeling, guys? How do you like working with color? I'm going to go for nice sort of green, calm. Margarita, nice to see you. Thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you in, I was going to say in side by side in a second. Yeah, so pick the colors that make you happy. Don't hold back, even if it's a color that doesn't look good in normal life. I'm drawn to this beautiful lilac. I get scared of color. I like the lines more, but it really comes to life when colors are added. And I find this is when the transformation happens. Nice. It is the transformation. I just get when I add color, it's literally I can't breathe. It's almost like there's just so much energy coming in, so much inspiration. I'm really quite amazed at how this is exactly what my entire being needed today. Thank you very much. Oh, my pleasure. So we don't need to round in the middle. You can round in the middle, and I started rounding. I don't have many kind of corners. I will probably spend a bit more time later. I will look at it again and round. So, I mean, because I was drawing neurographic lines, so look at it. Yes, no. So look at the middle of the flower later in more details. And if you think anything needs to be rounded, please do. Yes, middle of the flower. Yes, no, yeah. Oh, just now I've added so much kind of blue and purple. My heart is asking for a bit of pink. So I'm going to take this wonderful pink and go all girly pink on top. That's and take your color. I like blending. I like mixing colors. This is what life is all about. It's the palette of colors, our life. So I like blending colors between themselves and creating beautiful futuristic hues. If you don't finish the coloring today, that's perfectly fine. I actually often leave my drawing till next day, and then I work with color a bit more. The main thing when you draw NeiroGrafika is that you finish your rounding. It's health and safety. You finish your rounding. But adding a bit of bits of color here and there can be done later. I almost sometimes like to sleep on the drawing. Not literally sleep on the drawing, but obviously kind of sleep on it and see how it looks next day and what else is needed. Let's not forget about them outside of the flower. Give it a little bit more color as well. Make more green. I'm aware of the time, so I've speeded up a little bit. You don't have to color the whole drawing because white is also a color. And you can keep certain areas white. And as I say, give it a little bit of space to breathe. More purple. So I really look forward to seeing your flowers. Let's see. Okay, just sort of the next step, I will be drawing a bit more. Even now, I want to finish kind of all the steps of the algorithm, and maybe if we have another minute, we'll do a little bit more coloring, working with color. I don't like the word coloring, working with color. So now we're going to draw these beautiful energy field lines. So these are the support lines. And they are what makes NeiroGrafika so amazing. And literally, when you draw these lines with a thicker marker, they just give this pulse. It's almost like I like to think of them as arteries that run through our bodies and give us, that life force. So I'm going to, I can see 3 actually at the moment. And be bold, and remember to round them properly later, because that's what makes NeiroGrafika drawing so beautiful. As you can see, I'm a big fan of NeiroGrafika, and I think as an artist, it's it's a great kind of like entry level into the world of art. This one's gone. Okay, so. And at the end, you look at your drawing and you think, what was the most kind of memorable thing about this drawing? What would you like to emphasize? What would you like when the person, your friend, comes and looks at this, and what do you want for them to notice first? Okay, so I am going actually to do the inner circle, my inner child. I'm going to put a thicker kind of marker around it. And this is, I embrace my inner child. I embrace myself. And I'm going to look after myself, like I did with that little girl with teddy bear. And I'm going to give it nice care and a good hug once in a while. So this is my drawing. We have another 5 minutes, so we can do a bit more color. I actually want to work a little bit on the outside with color. That's not the right color I picked. My soul is aching for a slightly different color, so I'm picking this one. Because sometimes when you work on the sort of surrounding areas, your flower pops out better. I'm going to take this purple a little bit in the flower as well. So I hope you enjoyed the drawing. I hope you're going to commit to loving yourself more and more every day and start this wonderful lifelong romance. Thank you, and this was very interesting and fun. Thank you very much. Enjoyed. Thank you. Thank you very much. It was a beautiful class. Oh, my pleasure. I look forward to seeing you all online, offline when this is all over. Yes, I have a Facebook group for NeiroGрафика and NeiroArt lovers, and I'll see you at the conference. As I say, I really look forward to seeing your beautiful, beautiful drawings. I bet I'll see some stunning work. Thank you, Anna D. Thank you, this was wonderful. Oh, you're giving me so much love. I love it. My flower is becoming even bigger. I might even, thanks to you, I might even draw additional petals. Yeah, I'm joking. Okay, so let me swap the camera. Yes, so this is what it looks now. And I will work a little bit more with color. Thank you very much for being such a wonderful, supportive crowd. I really appreciate it. And it is a lovely being here, drawing in this circle. So thank you very much. And we have the next speaker who is here. And she's going to join us very soon. She is Margarita Amrita, and we will be drawing Quantum Neurotree. And there she is. Hello.
Can you hear me, Anna?
Yes, I can hear you. Fantastic. Lovely to see you.
Lovely to see you as well. For some reason, I don't see the option to switch the camera here.
Okay.
Maybe you can guide me through quickly.
It is, if you can see where you switch on the camera, then you have microphone next, and then you have setup, this bolt kind of looking. And if you click on it, it will be camera options last.
Awesome.
Yes, see if you can manage.
All right. So able to switch the camera.
Oh, fantastic. We can see you. Great. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? It was a fantastic class. I enjoyed it so much.
Thank you.
And I'm glad that my technical problems got resolved, because I was a little bit concerned about it.
Yes.
All right.
So where are you from?
Originally? Well, okay. Actually, I'm based in New York. Originally, I'm from Russia, from former USSR. Let's put it this way, that long, okay? But I live in Staten Island, New York, and I've graduated from NeiroGрафика instructor's course in 2018, and organized NeiroGрафика America's association, where we all exchange information and we grew together, providing conferences and learning from each other, basically. But now, after the tough year of 2020, I was able to record a really big program that was my huge accomplishment of the last year, and I've been presenting it this year. So hopefully this is a good start for me to come back and to the community, to all my lovely friends and instructors. And I'm so happy to be here. I'm happy Lana reached out to me and she invited me to this conference.
Brilliant, fantastic, lovely to actually first time, see you in person like
Me
this,
too.
virtually.
Me too.
So a complete pleasure.
Thank
so
you.
I'll give you the floor.
All right.
I'm going to disappear, but I will be at the background. So if anybody needs anything, and I'm going to post that link
Sure.
to the Facebook group.
Awesome.
So we'll see you soon.
See you soon, Nana. Thank you so much. All right, everyone. Nice to see you. I see some students, my students here, and my friends. Can you please put a plus sign if you can hear me and see me well? I don't see a lot of activities in the chat room right now, but hey, yes, perfect, perfect. Welcome. Welcome to NeiroGрафика. Marla, how are you? Marla is my student, one of the best ones, and I'm so happy to see you here. I'm sure there are more students here. It's just so hard to watch the chat when you're talking. Darlings, I'm here and I'm so happy to be back to the community because I was a loner kind of for the whole year. And I spent this time together with my friend and my business partner and also specialist of NeiroGрафика, Maria Volkov, developing a really huge program that we're going to be presenting this year. Very unique, and also it completes the NeiroGрафика algorithms and courses that we're teaching as instructors. So today I just wanted to bring you something special. I was thinking about what should I do for the conference. Usually I come up with something simple, right? Because the time flies quick. I only have 55 minutes to complete. But then I thought, you know what? Let me bring a serious stuff here. Let's really kick some butts here with whatever I'm going to be talking about. And mostly whatever I'm going to be talking about is for people who already experienced NeiroGрафика, who already had some experience, and specifically with the algorithm Neuro3. I'm presenting you one. This Neuro3 I've created during my instructor's course in 2018. After that, I created a bunch of them. But this one is very special to me because that's what I was presenting at the course. So if you already completed this algorithm, you already understand the concept of the tree. If you're not, let's just go back to nature. All right, let's just take a look at the tree, the roots, right? The trunk and the crown of the tree. And we basically applying the concept of the tree as a being to NeiroGрафика and applying to ourselves. Because if you think about trees, there are people upside down. What are the roots of trees? They are brain connections. They are neurological connections. But if you turn the person upside down and plant it, you're going to get tree. Very interesting concept. I was taught of this concept by my teacher, Catherine Schoenberg, at the School of Images. And, you know, it really made me think about trees in a different way. So another thing that I want to show you, the Book of Trees. The Book of Trees by Manuel Lima. You can get it on Amazon. I think they ship everywhere around the world. Very, very inspirational book if you really want to dig in beyond the course, beyond what you already know. And I'm pretty sure it's going to inspire you a lot. And I just want to show you one page from the book. I don't know how much you're going to be able to see, but conceptually, this tree is not really the tree that I've just shown up. It's not the vertical tree, it's a horizontal tree. It has a different shape. And that's what we're going to be talking about today. We're going to be talking about different perspective, right? And why do we need to talk about different perspective? Why not just to stick to the trees that we used to see? Why? Because we're going through the age of Aquarius. Big news, right? We're going from 3-dimensional world to 5th-dimensional world. And it's a quiet journey, right? A lot of people were wondering why we have so many unusual things happening in 2020 with COVID, with political conflicts all over the world. All the energy is preparing for this massive shift. And in order for us to prepare, we need kind of broaden our perspective. We really need to get outside of the known world. But then people saying, all right, I would like to go outside of the known world, but I don't know how. I don't know anything. I've been taught by my parents, by my teachers, by my husband, by my kids, by whoever in the world. That's all I know. I don't know anything else. Then NeiroGрафика comes to help. And it really is a great tool to get out from the three-dimensional world and dive into unknown. Diving into unknown can be very painful sometimes because we don't know what to expect. We need to leave our shoes somewhere here and now and jump into unknown. And it could be very pleasant or could be very painful. It doesn't matter. We're just making a shift. And that's what this class is all about today. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to switch to the drawing board because I have to be conscious of time. And we're going to be working today on the 5-dimensional tree or quantum tree. So basically the full name of the class, quantum tree from 3D to 5D. Okay, and D stands for dimensional. All right, my darling. So let me change my camera. All right, I'm almost there. I just make sure everything works fine. Okay, fantastic. Somebody has to go to bed. Not a problem, Ellen. You can go to bed. I'm sure tomorrow morning, if you have time to watch this class, you really would be able to digest it very well. Actually, this class may be more for morning than for the evening time, but it doesn't matter. I'm happy that I can present. Have a good night, Ellen. All right, so let's talk about horizontal tree, right? Let me show you again the beautiful horizontal tree here that we're going to use as an example. Right here, you can see it better. You could see a focal point of the tree here and now. You can see the past and you can see the future on the right. And conceptually, that's how we treat everything in NeiroGraphic. The left side is a female side, also represents past. The right side is a male side, represents future. And here, right in the middle, we find ourselves in the present moment, kind of feeding from the past, looking towards the future. The main difference between horizontal and vertical tree is that in vertical tree, everything is clear. There's nothing to question. Think about it. You are drawing from the bottom up. It's vertical. You know that here, at the bottom, you will put all your past experiences, everything what you learned through life, whatever's fitting in your present moment. And your present moment is a trunk. And then you're moving forward towards the future where all your plans, all your aspirations, everything exists here at the top. All right. But you're sitting right here at the trunk level and you're looking up. You're looking up. And here you only know what you know from your past experience. So you drew the resources from your work, from your relationships, negative, positive, doesn't matter. It shaped you right here. But beyond this point, everything is a future, okay? And you don't know what it is, and you're looking up. When you work with horizontal tree, there is no past or future. There is no past or future. It's just power of now. You are right in the middle. You create your future right now, and it gets created. The Hebrew word abracadabra comes from I create as I speak. And that's what we're doing here in NeiroGrafika. We create as we speak, but we speak different kind of language, artistic language. And here, guess what? Can you change your past? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. You change your past if you use a very simple practice that I'm going to teach you during the class. All right, so why don't we move on to the drawing? I know a lot of you tired. We had a lot of instructors presenting today, but if you can follow right now, definitely I would suggest watching and recording And if you have any questions, you can always reach out to me, and I will answer all your questions. So how we should build it? We're going to build it totally in a different manner. You're going to see at the end, it's going to be kind of circular. And every dimension presents shape in a different form. If you look at the Earth, some people believe that in two-dimensional worlds, our planet is flat. I'm sure you heard about flat planet, flat Earth, and a lot of people follow this belief system. But when we shift to the 5D, how would our Earth look like? We don't know. There are speculations, and definitely it's not sphere. It is something more complex than sphere. So all really depends on the perception of where you are and how you're looking at it. So in order to build this tree, we're going to start from left to the right. Okay, it's just the first line. I would suggest for you, when you're going to be drawing by yourself, when you learn this algorithm, draw as many lines as possible. Okay, and here you're just drawing a line. You're drawing a line thinking about your present moment, and you're just shaping a tree that would have the left part, which is the past, and the future over here. And you're going to be right here in the middle. That's you. You're sitting right here. You can activate it with neurographic line, just like that, in order to bring energy. Okay? And everything what you think about, your past, right? Some memories can come to you, but then you're going to the future, towards the right side. You start building your tree. I'm a little bit speeding up because we need to really be thankful for this opportunity and give other teachers enough time to present. But building a tree this way feels totally different. We're not really bringing anything vertical. We're bringing everything horizontal. It goes across. And why does it go across? Because in the quantum world, everything coexists at the same time. All the timeline coexists at the same time. Our past and our future coexists at the same time. Everything is here. And you're right here. The power of now, right? That heard totally. The power of now is right here. Everything flows through you to the right, from the left to the right, from the left to the right, from the left to the right. And if we draw lines more and more, we're going to find ourselves to enter into spheric kind of. And I'm going to just show it by simply showing you conceptually where are we going. We're going into the spherical world. Let's do a couple of more. And your perception basically here is, all right, I am here and now, but what the whole tree has anything to do with me? It does, because in 5D world, present and the past coexist at the same time. And we are here in the middle, changing our future and our past at the same time. How? Very easy. Changing your past, your traumatic experiences, through simple practice of reversal. Let's say if you had abusive parents or abusive husband, or you had some misfortune in life in the past, or you've been mistreated, you can certainly reverse the whole situation by using your imagination. What you could say, here, I had lovely parents. You close your eyes, even if they were not lovely. Maybe they were abusive. Maybe they were not attentive to your needs, but you're changing your past. Why do you need to change your past? Because you want to go into the future renewed. You want to go into the future with the feeling that you are capable of changing your past, that you cannot change in the 3D world. And you can round immediately. If you'd like, you can always write on top what it was so you remember. I'm not going to be doing it right now because this is conceptual drawing at this point for you to understand the concept and then explore it more. If you had an abusive husband or the husband who left you, or you were not able to find a partner in your life, well, just imagine that partner. See how you want him to be. Imagine him into detail, like going into details. Is he blonde? Is he of different race? Is he from different country? So you can basically think about it and imagine. And right now we're working with your past, right? Maybe your financial situation was not really good and you want to change it. You can change it. Just say, I'm coming from a wealthy family, and imagine that. Imagine that. Close your eyes when you're going to bed. Think about the most painful moments of your past and rewrite the history by using your imagination. Create it because it's going to immediately affect your future. In the quantum world, things happen so fast. If you had a positive experience, add it up. Maybe you had a wonderful education that allowed you to earn and make a living, travel the world. I'm certainly very thankful for that because my education gave me ability to travel and to teach and to present my work in Japan and Hong Kong. So I always wanted to be connected to Asian countries. I don't know, it's my kind of calling, I guess. Here, you can do whatever you want. The practice of reversal is extremely helpful. You can do it not only attending entire past, but even, let's say, if something happened during the day, you going to sleep with the feeling that, oh my God, my boss wasn't happy, I can lose my job, or my kids weren't really nice to me, and you really feel offended, you don't feel at ease. Change it immediately. Just clean it up in the way you'd like it to see. See your boss coming to you and saying, oh, your work was wonderful. You've done such a fantastic job. Thank you so much. I don't know how would we survive without you. Create it. Abracadabra. Abracadabra in Hebrew, where you create as you speak and you create as you draw, because NeiroGрафика is the language of art married with psychology, right? Danny's saying, love this amazing approach of quantum tree and very informative. Thank you so much, Denise. I really, really appreciate it. I really wanted to bring something special in connection to our age of Aquarius transformation from 3D to 5D world. And I think it's essential to know that we as humans have a power to change. We are magicians, every one of us. And when people saying, well, I'm just a human being, what can I do? I don't have superpowers. Yes, you do. You have them. We all have superpowers. We do have our third eye. Well, for a lot of us, it's not active, right? But through yoga practice, through yoga kundalini practice, through other practices, right? Decalcification of pineal gland from different ways of gazing sun or eating apricots. For me, that was the latest discovery. You can actually activate your third eye. But for that, all your chakras need to be activated first. You have to be really clean inside out in order to be able to activate your pineal gland, in order to see whatever right now is so limited to human perception. So let's just add a couple of more ideas. You can certainly add square, right? I'm just obsessed with circles, but if you need to add square, maybe it's a financial stability that you're missing in life, or maybe the house, right? You always wanted to buy a house, but for some reason, the houses became so expensive, so hard to get a house for yourself. So just square is a really good figure for this. And triangle, it's action. If you need more energy, you need energy to move forward. Some people saying, I don't have energy. COVID took away all my energy. What I'm saying, draw triangles. Triangles will activate your spirit. They will activate your ability to function. And of course, exercising, walking, and doing breath work, whatever practice you prefer, either it is a qigong or meditation practice or yoga, you just choose for yourself, right? What really works for you the best. And that's exactly what we're doing here. We're creating our past. We don't have to be stuck in the past, our past traumas, where everything, when the energy is frozen, we want to unfreeze this energy and say, well, I no longer comply with my past, with people who offended me or left me or were not for me, or my bad experiences, whatever people experience throughout lives, all of us. Some lives are easier, some lives are harder. But at the end, we can always recognize that all of us go through some hard times that require some cleaning, okay? And that's how we create here. We create our past, and we're rewriting it basically as we go, even on a daily basis, as I said, right before bed. Think about it. Apply some lavender essential oil. Just breathe it in. It's so beautiful. And just go back to your day. Look at the events that bothered you and totally rewrite them. Now, going to the future. Of course, we think the future doesn't exist, but some believe the future is already here. That's why we're doing this horizontal spherical tree that actually proves it, right? The future can be presented as different timelines. The timeline depends on our perception of life. Some people went through 2020 and believed that was a horrible year, and they suffered so much, and they lost their parents. Some people lost parents. Some people got sick themselves. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Michelle, you said I brought you to tears. I'm so sorry. We can reverse your tears into joy. How about that? And tears, they're like a cleansing rain that goes through us. We need to cry, For a while, I was not able to cry. Good tears. Oh, thank you so much. But even if it brings bad memories and we're crying, they are cleansing. It's like a cleansing rain. When we actually crying, or if we feel that all of a sudden we start yawning, our heart relaxes. That's what happens during this fantastic moments. So no trees are bad, actually. They're all good. And here, everything that you miss in life, whatever you want to achieve, maybe it's a new career, right? Maybe it's a new relationship, finding a new partner in life. Maybe you want better future for your kids. Maybe you want to improve your life stability here, right? Just be very graphical right now. We are conceptually drawing here in order for us to get completely this algorithm, and then actually spend time thinking about it, how we can rewrite our past, how we can even exaggerate our achievements of the past. Let's say you were a good student, maybe A plus, but why don't we add some other achievements that you really wanted to get, but for some reason it didn't happen in your life? Guess what? For imagination, you can totally do that. You can add anything you want because you are creator of your own life. And it applies to both. In the quantum world, it applies to the past and to the future. And you are right here. Guess what? Feeding. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. All right? That's why we say NeiroGрафика is really connected to breathing. That's why we're always saying you breathe during the practice. And if you don't breathe, just stop your drawing, stop your practice, take some water. And maybe you need to get up and walk around a little bit. You see what I'm doing here. I'm rounding as I go. Again, this algorithm is not for new beginners. It's more advanced, but I'm pretty sure I'm trying to be clear. So the past is what I dealt with before the changes. Yeah, the past is right here on your left side. It's your childhood. It's your the history of your relationships, the history of your being. Like maybe you lived in a tiny apartment, always wanted large apartment. Anything what happened in the past is on the left. Okay. Again, you can totally rewrite your past. You wanted the house. Imagine you lived in a huge house exactly how you wanted it and just incorporate it into your past. We always had something nice in the past. Maybe there was a beautiful pet that we love. Maybe we had a very special friend before we moved to another town. Maybe our teacher was amazing. Everything should go here to that left side. But whatever we don't like about our past, we can totally rewrite. All right, let me see what you guys saying. Really, this comes at the right exact time. Awesome. And you know why it's exactly right time? Because we're all going through the age of Aquarius. It got ignited in December 21st. And now we're getting this rays from the central sun, rewriting our DNA, activating them to the 12 strands. Our pineal gland gets released from this poisonous chemicals that we've been eating and drinking, and whoever knows what else was there. And you know, when I talk to people about this transition from 3D to 5D, everyone is saying, God, it's just the right time. Totally, right? We all feel this way because we are getting upgraded. And whoever is watching the magnetic pulses of our Earth, the Schumann resonance, you would be able to see how much we're changing right now. All right, so what's the pro is saying? Oh, so I'm imagining the good I will have loved in past. Yes, use your imagination, do abracadabra magic. Create your past as you create your future. Who said you cannot rewrite it? In the quantum world, it's totally possible. Yes, you can. You can add more energy to yourself, right? Through triangle. Totally. Okay. You can add it. Some people, I'm telling you, my students, they come to me and they're saying, you know what, I really want to draw, but I don't have any energy. All I have is the ability to finish my work and then basically watch a movie or cook a dinner and then go back to sleep. And then she gets up in the morning totally feeling ruined and she wants coffee. And but all I'm saying, you know, we don't have to be stuck in this. And in order for us to release this frozen state, we just need to use our imagination. We really need to rewrite everything. You don't like something in your past, rewrite it immediately. Maybe there was yesterday when your boss said something nasty to you or your neighbor. Who knows? You know, it's life. Every day something happened. Reverse. Close your eyes, lay down, breathe, breathe. Use your essential oils to help you out. Maybe you need to light up aroma candle and just rewrite it in your imagination. You will see your body's going to feel so fantastic after that. You're going to release pain on your left side because that's where the pain gets stored. Some people having stomach problems because they carry so much pain in life. And we don't have to. We don't. In the quantum world, from 3D to 5D, we don't. We declare our sovereignty. We declare our independence. We really declare our human life as totally our own property. And we totally can change it. Anyhow, that's what I do. I do daily practice of reversal. I go to bed, I close my eyes, I breathe my essential oils, and I reverse my whole day. Whatever I didn't like during the day, guess what happens? It changes my next day. And if I do it daily, it changes my whole life going forward. Okay? That's what this simple practice of reversal is doing. It's a magical practice. It comes from Very magical teaching of imagery. My teacher, Catherine Schoenberg, once taught me some of these practices, and I'm using them throughout my life. They help me so much to grow. It's a lot of rounding that we need to do, and I don't think I'm going to be spending much time to round everything. But for you, what I would suggest when you do this algorithm, try to round as much as possible, because it's really important that the work is neurographic. It's not just a drawing, that you're using this rounding technique. Wonderful, wonderful rounding technique that helps us out to integrate all components of this drawing into one. Let's just add another circle here. So we have a good composition, and now add another circle here. You see how circular it can become, right? It's kind of like enclosing already. But hey, that's what 5D trees are doing. They no longer require roots. They no longer require crown. What they require is you to be present here and now and create your own world. That's all what it's all about. Right, let's see what people saying. Thank you so much. I charged my phone. I took for it. Okay, fantastic. I need to receive this quantum tree from you today. Awesome, D. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, and we continue drawing with everyone who actually draws with me today. If you're not drawing, if you're just listening, it's also good, because I'm giving you good practices that you can immediately apply. Tonight, when you go to sleep, do your reversal. And then apply it to your tree when you're going to be drawing. How about that? I think it's a good idea. And it's so easy. Thank you, Dorth. Fantastic. So we need to add more lines. And you know what? The lines go into the quantum world. We can continue drawing forever, right? We can draw and draw and draw. But our lines, they just go into infinity and beyond, right? Just like a buzz light. To infinity and beyond. That's where we're going with this. To infinity and beyond. There is no birth, there is no death. And that's what Buddhists believe. And I cannot agree more with them. I cannot agree more. All right. So, watching my time. Why don't we start coloring? Again, with color, everyone has their own preference. Some people like to color shapes. I usually get bored with this. I'm actually coloring using the flow itself. And that's what I'm going to be doing. So, look, I haven't rounded everything because of the time, but you guys, please, when you do your drawing, when you continue, please make sure you actually rounding 80% at least of whatever is here. Okay, so I'm going to be applying colors, and the choice of colors, again, some people get stuck at this point, even professional artists. What I'm hearing from people, they say, Margarita, everything was so nice and beautiful. I was drawing shapes and the lines and everything looked so promising. But when I started coloring, I got stuck. What colors to use? What I need to do? What if it's not going to look good? I will be angry, disappointed. Here's my advice to you. Do not really dwell on colors so much. Just choose any color. Start with any, even if you don't like them. Take like 3, 5, like this. I just grab like a bunch of colors here. Grab whatever comes to your hand and do this. It's better to color than not to color and get stuck, okay? And later, you're going to gain experience with this. Absolutely. You're going to gain experience, and you would know what colors to use and what applies to you, what speaks to you. You would definitely find your way into the color world. And I believe there is an algorithm that actually can help you out with this. But my personal journey was when I started, oh my God, I hated every drawing in the beginning because the colors look horrible to me. But with time, you kind of, when you're learning algorithms and you're getting into the habit of drawing, it comes easier, right? It's not so hard as long as you enjoy it. If you don't enjoy it, if you're stressing out about colors, you know what it means? You're losing a huge portion of your work. Huge. Because you're stressing. The whole thing is just to distress, not to stressed out about things, right? So take it easy. Take it easy. Take your time with colors. And, look at other people, what they do, what color combinations they're using. And remember, you don't have to color everything. As Anna said, she said that no color is also a color, and which is totally true. I totally agree with this concept. So if you're leaving some area uncolored, that's fine as well. No problem. You can leave it uncolored. Maybe you want to emphasize certain shapes with your pencil. Please do so. Sometimes I feel like using red, orange, yellow, bright. Right now, for some reason, I feel like I'm getting into meditative state. So I want something really calm, something that brings balance. And that's what I do. I'm using the colors that bring balance. Okay. Your tree can be totally different than mine, right? Please don't just repeat after me with the colors that I'm using. Your color is going to be different. Absolutely. You just use whatever you'd like to use. And just think about it. When we're coloring, what do we see here? Again, the focal point is here. You present at this particular moment. And your breath, breathing in and out, but your focal point is here. This is the only moment where we really live in. Past is gone, future is not there, right? That is 3D thinking. 5D thinking, future and present coexist at the same time. And I'm right in the middle of this, and I'm drawing resources from both of them, okay? Then it empowers you. It actually empowers you to not to get stuck on your past events, because you can rewrite them, right? We just talked about it. We said you can totally rewrite your past with practice of reversal and no stress about it, and see how you're doing with this practice. Some people have resistance in the beginning. They're saying, well, I was trying to do this practice, but then a bad memory about my boyfriend, how he left me, and the horror that I went through and all the drama that I experienced. I just can't rewrite it. There is nothing that we cannot do as human beings. We are magicians. We are the ones who can do anything in life. So with practice, yes, you can. Even if it doesn't work in the beginning, okay, it could totally work after several practices. And I totally advise you to try and see. Don't give up so easy, right? And nobody said it, life is easy, but we can make it easier by trying our best with various practices, incorporating meditation into NeiroGрафика, in breath work into NeiroGрафика, anything that you practice, your coaching practice. If you are a coach and if you're doing, if you're working with clients, guess what? You can incorporate by becoming specialist. You can incorporate NeiroGрафика into your coaching practice. That's why we're offering specialist courses for you. And then when you are experienced enough with incorporating your coaching practice, then you will see how much you can do for yourself. If you don't give up easy, life will smile back to you. And it will
Hello. I hope that it will, Margarita will come back. Hello. I hope that it will, Margarita will come back. Hello. 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 How are you enjoying it so far? So has any of you have done a few classes already? So how many classes did you do? Yeah, I can see that you, Matthew, you've been here from the beginning. You're a veteran. Yes, and Astrid as well. 4, wow, well done. Amazing, you're the core. Lovely. I'm just working while I was listening. I was just working on my Neurolotus, beautifying it, working a bit more for color. Yes, hi, Coral. 4 for you as well. Marina, 3. Thank you. No, I'm I'm lost in lines. I love lines and I love color. And I'm just sitting there and working with nice lines and rounding. I do like my rounding. There's a few secrets to good rounding. Yes, let me just see. Okay, there's Margarita. Hello. Welcome back. Oops.
Hi, I don't know what happened, Anna. All of the sudden connection got lost, but you know it happens during webinars. We already know that. Thank you guys for staying with me and being patient. I don't know what happened. Apparently on my side everything looked good. So please continue, right? The technical world still needs to improve. So we can definitely rely on technology in the future much better than now. All right, I'm back, guys. All right, so let's continue. Let's continue coloring. And we still have time, which is fantastic. I really, when we're doing these conferences, it's always time constrained. And the thinking is kind of, all right, I have to do something so simple maybe, or something that would allow me to finish my drawing on time. But guys, right now we're going through this time of change. I just, I can't talk about anything else but this transformation. And it's just in my mind all the time. I spent the whole year last year going through my personal transformation, my journey. And it was quite a journey, let me tell you. It was fantastic, actually. I appreciate it. So what Dennis is saying, thank you so much for this. It's, I think, that piece for the attendance this conference. Oh, fantastic. I love this. Every time when we're getting nice feedback from our students, it's just the best reward ever. I think every instructor would agree with me on that. All right. So what I was saying, if you are a coach or you want to become a coach and integrate NeiroGрафика into your life, you definitely can take a specialist course. There are several instructors who's actually offering this course. And what else you could do? You could take individual classes if you haven't done NeiroGрафика at all professionally, just drawing, like after teachers watching YouTube. Some people telling me I'm watching YouTube and I'm drawing after you. Certainly you can do that, right? You can certainly learn so much from free classes. That's why we're doing them. So the community is aware about them, and people have at least exposure to those classes. But if you really want to dive in professionally, then all of us offering the first step user course, and we're offering specialists and all other algorithms. And the instructor's course is coming, right? At the time when I just learned that yesterday, actually. I didn't know. But I'm glad. I'm glad things are happening for our English-speaking community, that we are growing. And right now I feel like eating maybe a little bit of pink. I'm missing pink here somehow. So just look at all of us. Just select a teacher who resonates with you, who you feel in connection with, the energy that you like, right? That's how I was selecting my teachers when I started. I started watching Pavel's classes, And I've learned so much from them. And then I basically studied with almost every instructor that was available at this time, because I really wanted to know their perspective, how they see things. And every instructor taught me something different. I really, really appreciate it. It was a fantastic experience for me. So that's what I would suggest. But going back to our drawing. Oh, Vita, wonderful. Wonderful. Yes, totally. You know, I like to see people inspired by our conferences because, you know, our idea is to broaden up the community and also to teach in various languages, and English language is very much spoken more than any other languages in the world. So definitely there is a huge room of possibilities going forward. All right. You see how things coming up? What a harmony, right? I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, for some reason, you know, you also like look at the diagnostics. Also, here is a very good moment. Where are you more? Are you more in the future or in your past? You see, my future looks a little bit bigger. I would think that my views are more towards the future. But for some people, they see like more past, and this part is smaller. When you have both parts rounded, well rounded, and super balanced, then what it means is that you are a balanced person. And you can always bring up more balance by adding more circles or more lines, if you will. Oh, thank you, Marla. Appreciate it. I hope you're drawing with me. So we can kind of like bring more to the side that is less, right? And balance it out. So the drawing looks balanced. And you just add more. You add more elements, you add more lines, add more drawing, and you're going to get it right there. Okay? You see? Now it's kind of like getting into balance with my future. And again, not only circles, use all the figures, use triangles, use squares, use whatever you like. I just showed you some as an example, but again, we really need to see like where my brain goes to. Definitely in the future. I'm not stuck in the past. I cleaned up my past with NeiroGрафика. I changed it completely with reversal and with NeiroGрафика together. What I created a brave new world for myself. And I'm so happy. And my life definitely got changed with NeiroGрафика. When I took the course, instructor's course in 2018, it really opened up my eyes, right, Marla? And Marla is a fantastic student of mine. Like, I'm really proud of you, Marla, how much work you've done. And beautiful, beautiful drawings. Fantastic. All right, so let's just finish it up. The last touches we're going to do with those filled lines that Anna presented to you, and I'm going to do as well. What to use. All right, I'm going to use lilac here because that's what I like to do. So, and my filled lines go also across of everything, just right here. Lovely. Inessa, oh, I'm so happy to see you. Fantastic. Oh, both of you here, Inessa and Irina. Wow. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for supporting me and coming. My beautiful students who I love and adore. Okay. And of course, you need to round them. You know, with filled lines, we don't round them 100%. We round them where it makes sense to us. Can't see your paper, only top part. Everyone, can you guys see my paper? Can you see my whole tree? Yeah, so Matthew's saying he can, it's fine. Something with your settings, Lee. All right, good. Thank you, guys. Yeah, I got scared for a moment that I'm having another technical issue. Good. All right, good to know. And you see how fast it is? How much time we spend? Like 15 minutes? Some people saying, well, it's so difficult because you have to spend 3 hours. No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't have to spend 3 hours. All you need to do is just focus and make sure that everything is included. You know, right now I feel so uplifted, so much energy. And please remember, breathe. It's so important during the practice because otherwise your body gets stuck. Your kind of energy gets stagnant if you're not breathing through your practice. And guess what? You know, with NeiroGрафика, you can continue adding more and more shapes and adding more lines and grow and grow. At the end, it will be circular shape, a circular, maybe not a perfect circle, but still circle. And the idea in NeiroGрафика is to really try to make circular shapes as close as possible to actual circles. In the beginning, it's kind of hard, but then later, we'll learn how, and it's much easier. I hope you enjoyed the class. So guys, if you are still finishing up some touch points here, I just want to add some color. If you have questions about this algorithm, if you have questions about practice of reversal, if you want to study with me, you can come to my group. You know, in this conference group, I'm going to be sharing my group where I'm teaching as well. Although I took a break in 2020 to spend most of my time for creating Rewire for Abundance program, and I've got my students from the program, Inessa and Irina. Thank you, my darlings. Love you. Okay, that's how it looks like. All right, I think I need more pink. So let me just, you see, like you can finish, you can add field lines, and then all of a sudden you like, oh my goodness, you know, I'm missing some colors here. I want to add more. You can definitely do that. Who said not? If I'm missing pink, I want to add pink. Even after I added my field lines, it's okay. Where does reversal come from? It comes from ancient Hebrew practice. It comes from Israel, from the school of Colette Abolkim Muscat. She was a teacher of magical Kabbalah called Merkabah. And my teacher, oh no, not my philosophy. That's what I'm explaining, Shayla, that it's not my philosophy. It comes from mystic Kabbalah called Merkabah. And my teacher, who was teaching me this method, she taught me this practice. All right. And I applied it to NeiroGрафика, and it really, really works so well with NeiroGрафика. You know, I wish it could be, you know, I actually came up with a lot of things during my practice of NeiroGрафика, but whatever magic I learned during my other schools that I've attended, I'm applying them as well. And that's why I'm sharing with you so freely. Yeah, absolutely. No problem. All right. All right. So 55 minutes, that's exactly what we agreed upon. The only thing what I would add here, I would add this tree. I would continue with the lines towards the universe, universal lines that we need to use in order to connect our tree with the rest of the trees, just like that. So it is a collective tree. It really connects with other trees that other people drawing. So it's not a standalone tree. This tree is the one that actually one of millions or even more than millions. This tree is connected to collective subconsciousness. And that's what we're doing here in order to emphasize it through those lines. They go through the drawing, okay? And yes, they need to be incorporated, of course, You really need to, almost forgot about them. But they're important because otherwise you're not really connecting with others. You kind of stand alone. And it's not really good to be alone in this world. By aiding them, you're basically connected. And you could do multiple lines to thicken them up. And also apply the color, right? You can apply color. I'm going to finish it. It's a finished piece right now, but I just want to add some color accents just to emphasize the connection with the outside world, right? We really like to be connected. No, standalone is not working in NeiroGрафика. Everything has to be interconnected. Okay. And thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Is the teacher training, do you discuss Jung? No, it's not. Jung. No, it's not Jung. It's a Merkaba. It's an old Hebrew school of mystical Kabbalah called Merkaba. Okay. All right. So I'm going to continue with adding more shades, and I'm going to post this drawing after I complete it into the conference group. Oh, collective unconsciousness. Yes, that's exactly comes from Jung and from Freud, right? Subconsciousness, consciousness, and superconsciousness. Yes, that comes from there. But the reversal practice comes from Merkaba. Okay. I hope you will enjoy. And whoever comes next after me, I'll be happy to watch. Next teacher. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Crystal. Thank you,
Very
Claire.
much, Margarita. It
Kathy.
was beautiful and magical, and I think everybody really enjoyed it. Fantastic.
Thank you so much, Anna.
Yes, pleasure. I'm glad everything was working technically.
Oh, yes. I mean, I
It
had
was
some.
working.
Yeah, but I'm glad I'm here, present in the human flesh, not just a recording.
Indeed, indeed.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. Have a wonderful evening.
You too.
See you soon. So I hope you enjoyed it. It was an amazing drawing, very deep, and wonderful. I hope you're having a wonderful time and enjoying the conference. So I wanted now to present our next speaker, Angie Howard, and the NeiroGрафik instructor. So Angie, when you're ready, please come on in. Yes, so grateful to be here. Love the process. Wonderful. No, we're glad that you could all attend, and so pleased that we have such high numbers. Hello, I think our next speaker is joining us. Hello. There's some technical issues. We need to swap the cameras around. It's not very straightforward sometimes.
Yeah, I think I'm here. Hello. Very good.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi, Angie. How are you? How are you?
I am in Northern
Where
California.
are you from at the moment?
It actually
Oh,
snowed
right,
here last
lovely.
night.
How
though.
wonderful.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm in England. So welcome to
Yeah.
Oh, really? Goodness.
Almost
We need to
gone. The
find some
sun was
snow
out
here.
today.
We don't have much. Wonderful. So happy to have you here. And Mhm. And I'm really looking forward to your drawing. I'll be drawing
Yes.
along. You're doing the finding in the balance with yin and yang. So very excited
Thank you.
and look forward to your drawing. So I will give you the floor now. So enjoy and enjoy the process,
so
and
too.
hope everything will.
Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Antje. And since I am the last speaker today, and I know everybody must be a little bit exhausted from all the drawing. Hello, Marla. Nice to meet you all. So I decided to do a very meditative drawing today. And we're talking about the yin and the yang. And we're going to use the symbol of yin and yang, also known as the Tai Chi symbol, just like a little bit of a special one, but probably everybody has seen that one before. So we will use that as a type of pattern for the drawing. So we will first construct that one. If you wish to, you can of course use what's called compass for it. I'm not going to use a compass. I'm going to do it freehand because I feel in NeiroGрафика it's very important for us to get away from the perfectionism. So I'm just going to draw it freehand, and I invite you to just draw with me, and don't mind if it's not perfect. And actually, the little imperfections, they can have messages for you. So I invite you to just be open to that. But before we begin, I would like to tune into the energy of yin and yang with a short meditation. I like to start my drawings with a meditation, especially if I guide a drawing. So I would like to invite you to just take a deep breath and exhale a deep breath and just settle in with yourself. If you wish to, if it feels comfortable, close your eyes for a moment. And let us just tune into the breath, and feeling the breath in your body, flowing in and out. And actually through the breath, you can kind of observe these two forces of yin and yang in your body, in your life, through your breath. Having the inhale, filling your body up with air, and having the exhale, where you empty your body. And then also through the breath, we can learn a lot about yin and yang, as we see, for example, that they are intrinsically connected. There is no breathing in without a breathing out as well. So they are always together. They are like one. They are two sides of one coin. And there are two parts of a process, like our breathing process, for example. So take a few more deep breaths. And you can also observe if maybe one part of your breath is a little bit longer and one is a little bit shorter. And then what we can also learn from the breath is that yin and yang really, they depend on the perspective you have. If you imagine, for example, you fill your body and it's full, that would be yang. And then you empty your body and it's empty of air, that would be yin. But if you look at it from the point of view of what your body does, then actually your muscles have to relax to let all the air in, which would be yin. And then your muscles have to contract to push the air out, which would be yang again. So it is a very interesting idea to look at it from different viewpoints. And there you can see that yin and yang are really not concrete concepts. They're not stuck, so to say. And they're not absolute. They can always change. So I will change my camera perspective, talking of change. And you can just take another deep breath, and then we can...
Hello, everyone. Sorry,
You can
we're
take a
experiencing
deep
some
breath.
technical issues here. But I think Anshi
And
is
then
back
very
now.
gentle, very slow. Just draw a big circle onto your picture. And it doesn't have to be perfect, just as I said. And then just go around it a few times with like a neural line, a very loose line, until it feels more or less round. And then you want to find the center of your circle. And again, it doesn't have to be the perfect center, just how you feel it right now also. NeiroGрафика is all about feeling into it. And then we go from here and make a half circle in one direction, going from the center to the outside. Then I'm going to go back again. And I'm going to go right into the other half, completing the figure. And as you see, I, of course, don't do it perfectly, but it really doesn't matter. So what I would like to invite you to do today is look at your life in terms of yin and yang. We all have kind of ideas what yin and yang are. And they are always these complementary pairs, but they are also always on a continuum. And one really good description of that I learned from my Qigong teacher. He said, if you look, for example, at walking, now imagine walking, compared to just being seated, walking is a very yang activity. It's quite active. But if you look at walking and compare it with running, for example, it is actually a quite yin activity. It's very relaxing. So it also always depends on what you use to compare the things with. So we will look at all the activities of our daily lives and see if they are more yin or more yang. So most of the activities are never 100% yin or yang. And as we saw with the breath, they already hold the opposite in the middle. That's why we have these two circles that we start with, that we're going to just leave empty in the center of each of these small circles. And then I'm going to say that this lower half is my yin half, and this upper half is my yang half. And I can already see that my yin is a little bit bigger than my yang. And that might be because that's what it is in my life. So I'm going to start thinking of my everyday. So I don't really get up super early in the morning. If you get super early in the morning, that would be probably quite yang, because the morning time is where the energy rises. I also get up in the morning, but not super early. So I'm going to make my morning circle into my yin half. You can write activities into your circle. I'm going to say get up late. I'm just going to do it as an example. I'm not going to write it in all of my circles, but you can do that if you wish to. So I kind of get up late. And then what is your next step? Like, how do you spend your morning? Ask yourself, do you have time in the morning? Do you like meditate, for example, or do you exercise? Like meditation would be quite yin, exercise would be rather yang. So you can draw a circle wherever you feel your morning goes. And then you can also look at how's your breakfast, for example. Do you just have a quick coffee? Is it like very quick? No, everything fast breakfast? That would be quite yang. Or do you actually spend time? Do you sit down with a newspaper and really enjoy the morning? And then that would be rather yin. Then you can ask yourself, okay, how do you get to work? Or when do you actually start working? Do you sit in your car? Sitting is a quite yin activity. So maybe you also have a job where you're seated a lot. No, a lot of people have a quite sedentary life today. So that is very yin. On the other hand, if you work on a computer and you look at your computer all day, it's a very strong mental activity. And the mind, the use of the mind and the mental activity is again quite young. So I'm going to make a big circle here because I just finished some paperwork that actually got me stressed inside. So anything that kind of gets your blood into flow, I'm going to write stress here. Anything that lets your heart pump is always yang. So that could be a physical activity like going for a run or doing your yoga practice or something like that. But it can also happen with something that doesn't look like a yang activity to begin with, like sitting in front of your computer and staring at it, but you're so stressed out that your blood is still running and you're pumping. So let's look further. Then for lunch, like, do you have a quick lunch? Do you just like eat on the run? Do you stand, for example, a lot? Or do you have time to actually sit down? Do you cook your own lunch? I always cook lunch. Luckily, I can work from home, so I have time for that. But if you, for example, have a job where you're on your feet all day, that would be very young. Or a job where you talk to people all day, where all your expression goes outward, that would be very young as well. So just see how your yin and yang kind of fills itself. You can see I make circles in different sizes. No, some things are kind of bigger, some things are smaller. And if I have a small space, I just think, is there another small activity that I do that might be yin? For example, I drink a lot of tea. Tea is like a calming thing. So it would be yin. If you drink a lot of coffee, that would definitely be yang because it's hot, heating your body up, and as well, it's going to bring your blood into flow. So that's a yang activity. And you can also see that it's not really about one of them is better and one is worse, or one is healthy and one is unhealthy. There are very healthy young activities, but also unhealthy young activities like stress, for example. There are very healthy yin activities like calming down, meditation. But then on the other hand, it's not very healthy to sit all day. So you can see that yin and yang are really just two ways to see life through a lens that doesn't have to be judgmental. It does not say anything about the quality of it. And then let's go a little bit further. Maybe after lunch, but well, I get off work early, and then I like to go and work in my garden, which I found very relaxing. So I kind of make a circle in the yin, but I'm also going to make a circle in the yang because I'm going to be outside. I'm going to be sitting in the sun, heated by the sun, or get some air, get some sunshine on my skin. And as I said, you can always like write everything in all the circles. I'm just going to make little examples here. Garden. And then in the evening, let's see, do you exercise, for example? Do you wind off your day? Do you take classes somehow. I love to dance. That would be a young one, because that kind of helps me to get over my daily seating, and I don't like to run, so I do other things. But you can find activities that harmonize and balance what you do, and this is what it's all about. So if you see now, and if you look at your activities, you see I still got some space there. So you can think of, okay, what is missing in my life? What do I kind of need to harmonize and balance what is happening in my everyday life? And you can balance things in all ways, with the food that you eat, for example, with your physical activity, also with your mental activity, or with, for example, creativity. No, I paint. So painting for me, or drawing, NeiroGрафика, could be a yin activity. It could also be a yang activity. It always depends how you use it and what you use it for. For me, it's very relaxing. So I'm going to put drawing in my yin. But if it's, for example, to activate your mind, it could also be in the yang half. So it's all about the perspective, all about how we look at it. And then, well, lately we've all been kind of isolated, I guess. And isolation is very yin, being alone, but also sometimes you need the alone time, no? So none of this is necessarily bad or good, but sometimes it's really nice to meet friends, to be in social circles, to do something with other people. I'm going to put people here. I, at the moment, talk a lot on the phone. So that is kind of like my balancing to being so isolated and being so alone. If you had a stressful day, for example, you could, well, as I said already, meditate. You could do breathing exercises, and there's many different breathing exercises. No, some will bring you in a yin state and make you really relax, but there's also some that can really activate you, like the breath of fire, for example. That would be a very young breath. And that's the same with yoga. There's yin yoga, and there's also yang yoga. You could also do self-massage. That's what I like to do, and that's very calming, very relaxing. Or, well, if you have a rather sedentary lifestyle like I do, you may want to do something that burns calories. Movement is always good, but also like playing around. You know, playing is nice. Playing is young. It's a good young activity. Playing with kids, especially, laughing, being loud as well, or being quiet and not talking for a while. So just feel into what you need in your life, and just observe where there might be imbalances, and then just think about how you can balance them, how you can come back into balance. Just gonna add some more small circles here and there, and think about little things that I can do. Like, for example, speaking is a very yang, listening is a very yin activity. So why don't we listen to each other more sometimes and go on the yin side? I'm just gonna take a little break from speaking here because I feel very yanged out. And also I'm gonna right here in one of the big circles, sleep, because that is one of the most important yin activities that we don't really consider an activity, but it is so important in our life. And now that we have this general structure and it's all full of ideas, now let us connect them all with neural lines. So what I would like to invite you to do is we go from the yin side to the yang side. And the way I picture that is that we receive the energy from our pen with our yin side, and then we express it and release it and bring it out into the world through our yang side. So the yang is always what we express, what goes out, and the yin is what we receive, what comes in. So I'm going to just slowly start, and you can really just take time with that and see where the line wants to go. And on the yin side, I'm going to go through my circles. Yin is also kind of chaotic energy sometimes. So I'm going to create a little bit chaos in my circles there. And as you may have seen already, once I get to the yang side, I try to follow the structure that I see in the circles. Yang is very structured, very logical. Our logical mind, for example, is a yang aspect for us. So of course, this doesn't have to be perfect. I may go through a circle here and there. And so I'm just going to slowly pass through my drawing now. And while you do that, I would like to invite you to just become observant and feel into this drawing now. Hopefully you could find enough aspects to kind of feel that you might be able to balance your life out, even if it feels unbalanced sometimes. And just feel it in your body, taking breath, just letting your breath flow, letting the energy flow. Whew. And you can just take a deep breath, and with the exhale, go through your drawing. And really just moving through these circles on the yin side and around the circles on the yang side. And actually we have this one circle in the middle that I'm going to go through. And there's this one circle that I'm going to try to leave open, which is kind of tricky sometimes. To remember that there's a little bit yang in the yin and a little bit yin in the yang always. Whew. So just become aware and let yourself be guided by those lines. See where they want to go. Tapping into the wisdom of your subconscious mind, of your intuition. And really just trusting the movement of your pen, following your hand. And breathing. Always remember to breathe. Really now you can imagine, or you can maybe feel just going into this meditative state. And never mind if it gets a little bit chaotic on the inside. That is just the energy that is there. And we just got to accept that. Things are not always perfect, not always as we plan them, But then once we get to the yang, we can try to follow the patterns that we create for ourselves. We can actually plan a little bit. And just keep moving through it until there's lines on all sides. And of course, we're creating a lot of corners here that want to be rounded in the next step. Just see maybe 2 more lines. Breathing into it. Whew. Just following this feeling. And now I will go into rounding out my drawing. And while you're rounding, you can really keep thinking, reflecting on what this means to your life. And really be honest with yourself. Where do you need more balance? Where do you feel out of balance? It's not a bad thing. We just need to find a way to get back into balance. And one thing that I learned throughout my life is that balance is not a kind of state that we achieve once and then we're in balance forever. Balance is like a dance. It is a constant readjusting. It is a constant coming back. Because balance is not on one side. And we never stay really in the middle. Life is not happening in the middle. Life is happening on the edges. Sometimes more or less extreme. But yeah, most things, just as yin and yang are not absolute, balance cannot be absolute as well. So we need to constantly be aware. And just be aware that it's always possible to find balance. If we go into kind of an extreme, like for example, sitting all day, then we may have to work a little bit more to actually get back into balance. And we need maybe a lot of yang to balance out all this yin energy. We need maybe food, or maybe teas, or maybe a lot of movement that brings our body back into balance and that brings our heart back into pumping and the blood flowing and the muscles moving. A friend of mine once described it like a boat on the ocean that is constantly moving, and you're trying to go with the waves and not have it skip to one side. And I think it's like that with everything in life. And the beauty of life is that we have all these possibilities in all directions. That there's not just the one thing, but there's 2 sides in everything. They're always connected and always relational. Ooh, and while you're rounding, really relax into it. I know there's a lot of little corners now. Probably if you did draw like I did, I may not even be able to round it all out, but I'm just gonna try. Just feeling into it. We are on the yin side now. It's time to relax into it, to let it flow, and to just let your mind Move with the lines, flow freely, without holding on to anything, relaxing, and letting go. Letting go is also a very important quality of yin. Whereas actively giving away would be a yang quality. So you see, letting go can also be on both sides, depending on the energy that we give it with. And this is really something that I hope you will take from this, that I often see the description of yin and yang, and they're very absolute. You know, one is cold, one is hot. But nothing is really just cold and hot. If you have ice cold water compared to lukewarm water, okay, it's cold. But then if you see the lukewarm water compared to boiling water, it's not so sure anymore. It's all relational. There is no absolute. And that's the beauty in it. And that's how we can get back into balance, not thinking of the extremes, but thinking of all the little things we can do. And then it's not so overwhelming as well. It's not a problem. Even if I sit all day, then once I get up, I walk around. And even if I just walk compared to sitting, that is pretty good. That is like the opposite energy. And then I do some exercise. And then I drink some hot tea. And the heat is yang as well. So it will heat up my body, my bones. Or I drink some coffee. It's good for me. And if you have a very stressful job, then you may want to drink some chamomile tea and really relax, or even some passion flower. And it's not what other people say, it's really also about just how you feel about it. Getting away from the judgment. The right and wrong. It's not about right and wrong. It's about what you need in the moment. And how you can nurture yourself in the moment, and how you can get into a more balanced state. And a balanced state that enables you to do what you need to do in your life, to do what you love. No matter what it is, if it's your job, or if it's playing with your kids. Maybe then you need some alone time every now and then you can come back to them with even more energy. So it's all just about taking care of yourself, really self-care. And self-care can mean many different things for many different people. Whew. So just breathe into it and see what comes up for you right now. Letting your pen flow. And just rounding and rounding. Very meditative. And I hope this is good for you after the whole day of drawing and thinking and probably being active in the mind. You can just relax a little bit. And you can see that my inside really changes the shapes. Looks much more chaotic than the other one, and can see it's a little bit darker, of course, because I have to round so much and there's so many lines inside of it. The darkness being the yin concept. The light is the yang. And we need both. Always need both. There is no day without a night. No summer without the winter. And to me, this is really the greatest wisdom. The masters just learn from the earth, just observing the seasons, the day, how everything changes. So yin and yang is really all about change. So all we need to do is just allow and facilitate change inside ourselves. And that doesn't mean to change one time and then stay that way, but to change constantly, to actually make change our way of life. So that we can adapt to whatever comes. And if we have a year like last year where everybody's stuck at home, then maybe the next years will be so full of connections, so full of talking, and so full of meeting other people that we wish for another one like that. So we just gotta go with what comes. Live with the seasons. Slow down in winter. Be more active in summer. And really just appreciate it as well. Appreciate this movement way and back, like the waves of the sea, like the tides. Everything has this pattern inside of it, this constant movement. Nothing is just in one state. Whew. We just keep going slowly, taking your time. If you can't round it all before we get to the colors, that is totally fine as well. Then you can just come back to it later, taking your time. And if you just need to jump up and move, go and follow your urges. I think this is really something that we need to learn, to listen to ourselves, to really find out, what do I need right now? Not what does society tell me after a stressful day. Maybe I've going to the gym or having a workout or going to this hot yoga class might not actually be what you need. Maybe you need something that's way more relaxing. Or maybe after a day of sitting in front of the computer, meditation might not be what you actually need. Maybe you got to run or dance or sing. So I think it's all about finding your own way, your own balance. Nobody can give that to you. You can only find it for yourself. And it can be different from moment to moment. Of course, for a lot of us, NeiroGрафика brings a lot of balance into this life. In terms of being creative, expressing yourself, but also in terms of relaxing, letting go of things. But then also we can create with it. We can plan into the future. We can project things. We can plan, creating structure. So as you see, there's yang and yin in everything, and we can use it in the way we need it. And I'm going to slowly get ready to color a little bit before we leave for today. Just running a little bit more. That is one thing, to get away from the perfection. Just being with what is instead. So I can make this perfect plan, make my young plan, but then I have to deal with the chaos of reality, the confinements of time, and just soften into it and soften into what is possible right now. Without stressing myself. This is not supposed to be stressful. This is supposed to be relaxing right now. Oh, don't forget to breathe, taking a deep breath every now and then. And you can really use your breath to always remember. You can tap into this energy of yin and yang literally with every single breath you take in life. And see where it goes. How does it feel to fill yourself with air? How does it feel to let go? I'm going to draw a few more lines in this little yin circle that's in my yang, just to make it more obvious. This is the little spot of chaos that is in the order here. It's also good sometimes to bring a little bit chaos into the order, to spice it up. When our life becomes bland, boring, when it's all just about money or the career, bring some heart into it. Bring some different energy. Always looking for the difference, always looking for the opposite, or just looking at it at least. You don't have to embrace every crazy thing just because it's the opposite, of course. But sometimes it's good to look at the other perspective. And it can also help us to understand other people's perspective, the way other people see the world. Because their experience, their everyday experience, might just be so different from ours. So yin and yang can really help us to understand and take the world as it is, without needing to change it, without needing to adapt the world, but we can adapt to it. We can find ourselves in it. So I think I'm good to go with color now. So what I was thinking, I'm going to use cold colors for my yin side and warm colors for my yang. The Chinese, they sometimes use water and fire as synonyms for yin and yang. So I'm going to make the yang side kind of fiery, and the yin side kind of water-like, just to emphasize it a little bit more, make it more obvious. And I'm going to start with the yang. And if you have words in your circles, of course, you can kind of activate them, activate these activities with the color. And just slowly moving through the picture, seeing where the color wants to go. And you can, of course, choose the color completely intuitive as well. Just feel into it and feel, what do you need right now? This is often how I choose colors, especially if I draw something that is a little bit difficult, maybe. Then I will always ask myself what color will make me feel good right now. And here I'm asking myself what color will make me feel super hyped up and activated, because I want to push my yang, I want to make it stronger, because I have already such a strong yin. So I'm going to go and make it super nice and red, glowing. Maybe put some yellow in, make it shine bright. Oh, yang is all about bright, shiny, light colors, warm colors, and yin, cool colors and dark. Looks almost like a rising sun. I'm going to make it a rising sunset. I'm leaving this circle in the middle because it's going to have the other colors, of course. So you can, of course, just color single circles, but I always like when the color flows through the picture really. And then I will use some orange as well. Adding some more fire into it. And you don't have to color everything. Of course, you can always leave white, as we do that in NeiroGрафика. You can use white as a color as well. Maybe some more red here. And I always just usually start with one color and then see how much I need of it. And just really feeling into it. I always color completely intuitive. Not always, but often, very often. Very usually, I do the coloring very freely. But with this one, of course, I kind of follow the pattern because I want this effect of having the two sides meet and having them kind of obvious as well. So that I'm going to be reminded of all the things I was thinking about now. Maybe the ideas that I had. And I want to be reminded like how much energy all this yang can give me. So whenever I feel kind of sluggish and slow, I know where to go and know what to do next. And you can do this run or sit on the bicycle, do this exercise. I'm gonna also color my yang circle that is inside the yin area. Have it nice and warm. And then I will continue with the yang colors, with the yin colors. And here's some blues. Very cool colors. Dark. Like the night sky. And again, just feeling into it. Following the shapes, where they take me. And there might be even an area where they kind of mix, where the blue goes into the red. It becomes purple. Purple is my favorite color, so that is perfect. And while you color, also keep observing. How does it make you feel? Where do you go with your mind? Where does this take you? What journey is this for you? And how different does it feel from the other side? And now that I'm here in the yin, if you have to breathe more. I actually want to go slower, but I'm kind of going to keep the pace up because of the time. But yeah, I feel like I would need more time to do this as slow as I need it. But I'm just going to go with it right now. Getting some turquoise in here, nice and cool. And whenever I feel heated up, whenever I feel stressed, I can just go to this place and look at my yin side, see all the things that I can do that will get me back to this place and that will kind of balance out the heat, the stress, the fastness of life and bring me back to a moment of relaxation. If I can slow down. Maybe take some purple as well. It's like the ocean now. Really like that. And then if you want to, you can draw some field lines through there. I'm not gonna make a fixation here with my drawing. there's nothing really, the shape is already there. It's the whole that is important, so maybe I would emphasize the entire circle, the entire figure, but I would not, like we do in many drawings in NeiroGrafika, normally choose a result or something that I want to hold on to right now. I kind of feel that it needs to be fluid like that. But if you feel that there's fun activity or something that you were drawing right now that is very important to you and that you really want to remember, you can make a fat circle around it. I'm going to go in here, draw some more in there. And as I said, draw some field lines through it if you wish to. Just feeling into it, know where they go. I may just draw one big fat line, a last final line before the end. Going in the middle, because this is kind of the place that we want to come back to every now and then. Not to stay there, but just to remember it. And this is our yin and yang drawing. And I'm gonna maybe do another field line. Now I feel like making more big lines. Finding other ways through it. But yes, so thank you very much, everyone that joined us for this session. I hope you enjoyed it. And I hope you feel kind of relaxed now, maybe. If anybody wants to write me a feedback, I'm very thankful for it. And if you want to just keep drawing and stay in this state of meditation, of relaxation, please stay there. And thank you so much. I may, yeah, I'm just gonna leave it like that. Over here. Nice. I'm very happy that you enjoyed it. Thank you, everyone who's giving me feedback. I really appreciate that. Oh, hey, Lana.
Hello, Anshay. So beautiful. I was watching your beautiful picture. Welcome, welcome, everyone. And Anshay, I would like to thank you for the beautiful, beautiful session you just made for us, Yin and Yang. What a contemporary, you know, very interesting topic for all of us.
Beautiful. It was beautiful. I love just watching you draw, just doing those lines and round.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Anshay, come join us.
Keep
Yeah.
going now. I'm so like drawn into
Thank you. Thank you, Anshay. And everyone, go ahead. Continue. Go ahead now. And we would like to say thank you to Anshay. And as we are actually finishing up the whole conference, we're going to have a little break, a few hours break, and then we will continue with our conference. I would like to welcome, I just joined, right? Anna was with us before. Thank you, Anna, for leading the conference with your beautiful energy. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Lana. It was a pleasure.
And my name is Lana Shalom. And I welcome you at this point
to a little break. But before we break in, Anna, what was your impression of the conference?
It was
You think?
amazing. It was the participation from all the attendees was amazing. So there was lovely feedback. People were interacting. The quality of the speakers was fantastic. We had just so many different instructors who were presenting their drawings. It was unbelievable. It was really, really interesting, fascinating. We saw some beautiful work, and I can't wait to see the drawings from this conference. And I have a question for you, Lana. So where can people actually place their drawings? Where can they put them? Where can they display them? Is there a place in the group somewhere?
Yes. Oh, thank you, Anna, for asking me that. Everybody, we have an exciting continuation of the conference for you. So when you finish your drawings, within the group, the NeiroGрафика Conference 2021, I have created albums for each speaker, right? For each instructor that presented to you. Please go ahead. We welcome you to share your pictures with us. Place them into each album, right? Let's say Anna will have an album called Anna Denning and Anna the Art, because that's her profile name on Facebook. Please add your pictures to that album and you will have a bonus. Bonus number 1 is that Anna will give you a review. She will comment on your picture. And bonus number 2, which you will see soon in the conference, we will have a contest for the best pictures, and people will be winning stuff, winning different courses, winning different interesting ideas. The Institute is going to have a contest on the pictures that you drew during the conference. And yes, even if you're drawing in recording, it counts, okay? I don't know for sure all the details. I will know them very, very soon. But within, I believe, maybe a week or something, you can contribute all your drawings to albums, and the instructor will choose the best picture, and we're going to vote and decide, and you will get presents and prizes. So I'm very excited for that. What do you think, Anna?
That's very exciting. I didn't know that. I think that's amazing. No, that's a great idea. Yes.
Yeah.
There was another question that was appearing while I was sort of moderating the conference. So when will the videos be available?
The videos will be available within 4 to 5 days, since each video segment will be cut and put on YouTube, okay? So all of the videos will be available on YouTube. We will post the YouTube channel, and we will post all the links to the videos, again, within our wonderful group, NeiroGрафика Conference. So please follow with us. I will be posting everything. If you can't find something in the feed, you're welcome to even write the name of the instructor in the search, and it will appear. So yes, stay with us. When the conference is over, it's not really over.
Yes, fantastic. And I also wanted to add, there is a Telegram channel, so we will be posting the links there as well. Yeah. And another question I have is, what's happening next now, Lana?
Oh, next. Okay, so we are having a break within the English speaking conference. Right now, we will be presenting the next speaker, which she will be presenting in Russian. Those of you who want to understand Russian or even just watch her draw, you're welcome to stay. For the next part, we'll have few people who will be presenting in Russian, and then stay tuned. At 11:45, Pavel Pискarёv, 11:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Please make sure you transfer it to your time zone, 11:45 p.m., right? That will be in 3 hours and 40 minutes, okay? Pavel Pискarёv, the founder of NeiroGрафика, will be presenting. He will be talking about the instructor's course. And then we have Anton Pискarёv, the son of Pavel. He's the director of the project, NeiroGрафика in English. He will be talking more specifics, more details about NeiroGрафика instructor's course in English. I'm just so excited. What about you, Anna?
Oh, yeah, I'm very excited. I unfortunately will be about 5 o'clock in the morning, my time, but I want to hear what was said as soon as possible. And I can't wait to watch the videos as well.
Yeah, all the videos will be available no worry, it will be available. I'll try to make it sooner than later. And I will post actually the Proof Me link to the next segment right now, those of you who will be disconnecting, so you will know where to go. You don't have to look for it. And I just made a post in the group. It's in the group. Please make sure you go there. And I made a post that Pavel will be at 11:45, and the link is in the comment, okay? Everybody download the link now, so you have it in about a few hours. And let's see you soon in about a few hours. Rest, enjoy yourself, take a rest, finish your drawings, and come back.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for being a wonderful audience. Thank you, Lana, for organizing it. And good night.
Thank you, Anna, for leading. We appreciate it and we loved it. And we'll see you soon.
See you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you, everyone. I am very excited. And we are going to transfer to Alexandra. Thank you, Anna, for the link. Alexandra actually lives in the US, but Alexandra, are you here?
Yes.
Do you want to say hello to your friends in English first before we transfer
hi,
back?
everyone. Yes.
Hi, and next time Alexandra promised me she will be presenting in English, right, Alexandra?
I'll try my best. Next time,
yes. Yes, so I am slowly going into Russian. Всем привет и добро пожаловать в конференцию нейрографики. У нас уже сейчас идет как бы даже третья часть, да? Первая часть была с нашей Ларисочкой в начале, потом вторая часть вы начались с Маргаритой, и теперь у нас третья часть. Всем добро пожаловать. Welcome back, как мы говорим в Америке, или добро пожаловать в прекрасный русский язык. У нас с нами Александр Шифер. Сашенька, как твои дела? Я тебя давно не видела, мы общались как-то некоторое время. Расскажи, пожалуйста, последний раз я с тобой общалась, ты была на инструкторском. Как у тебя прошел инструкторский курс? Расскажи нам немножко о своем пути в нейрографике.
Спасибо за вопрос. Это потрясающий опыт, который был у меня. И это произошло еще в 2019 году. С тех пор много изменилось, и я просто работаю с нейрографикой постоянно, и я думаю, что теперь она в моей жизни просто неотъемлемая. Как это произошло, если очень коротко говорить, я слышала про нейрографику, но моя подруга настаивала и показывала свои картинки нейрографики, и я не знала, что это такое. Она меня спрашивала, что хотел сказать художник. И каким-то образом я читала ее темы. Я говорила, что здесь... Она говорит, тебе нужно идти туда, тебе нужно рисовать. И благодаря этому у меня не было времени никак, и потом она мне прислала ссылку о том, что Павел делает ретрит в Европе, и можно туда поехать и познакомиться и с Павлом, и с нейрографикой, и со всем остальным. Ну, как вы понимаете, я просто влюбилась в нейрографику, я брала один за одним курсы, после этого я поняла, что мне мало, и я пошла на инструкторский курс. Он занимает 9 месяцев, но это стоит того, потому что как минимум 3 бенефита. Это первое, это сумасшедшая трансформация, потому что 9 месяцев вы работаете всегда с собой. Вы работаете над собой, уча все, что вы можете знать о нейрографике. Второе – это вы начинаете уметь решать все вопросы, все проблемы. И третье – это профессия. Это профессия, которая еще приносит вам доход, и это возможность вообще дарить всем остальным этот потрясающий метод, потому что именно инструкторы имеют право преподавать и передавать этот метод уже вот так вот в такой глубине. Рисовать со всеми остальные тоже могут, ну, как минимум специалисты работать в своей сфере, но как инструкторские я так рассказываю, потому что я очень рада, что у меня есть последователи, кого я познакомилась с нейрографикой, они идут на инструкторский курс. Это так приятно, потому что я не только передала этот метод, но смогла заразить людей этой страстью и желанием изучать это полностью. Поэтому всем очень рекомендую, и это был мой путь.
Прекрасно, прекрасно. Александра, мы так рады. Расскажите нам сейчас, а даже лучше, покажите нам сейчас, о чем мы будем сегодня рисовать.
Да, спасибо большое. Постараюсь уложиться в то время, в которое у нас есть, потому что нейрографика затягивает. Я постараюсь вам показать все, что я могу, а дальше вы будете предоставлены себе, у вас будет время еще дорисовать. Основные вещи я расскажу, а сейчас та аудитория, которая у меня есть, я хочу еще раз поздороваться с вами и рассказать о том, что мы будем рисовать. Еще раз здравствуйте, меня зовут Александра Шифер, и сегодня наша тема – это нейротантра, избавление от вируса страха через безусловную любовь. Коротко, что такое нейротантра? Это соединение души и ума, это соединение чувств и логики, можно так сказать, это мостик между правым и левым полушарием, это, есть очень много определений нейротантры. Вы знаете слово тантра как соединение и соитие, это не обязательно олицетворение мужского и женского, это может быть очень много всего, и здесь и сейчас мы говорим о том, что можно соединить душу и ум в этом плане. И это очень божественное, такое очень высокое, скажем так, действие, которое поднимает вас на другой уровень и выводит в другое измерение, можно так сказать, на другие частоты вашего бытия. И это что касается тантры и нейротантра, это, конечно, то, что мы можем внедрить, попробовать и сделать через потрясающий метод нейрографики. Нейрографика вообще такой метод, который можно очень много вещей соединить и передать через нейрографику. Гениальный Павел Пискарёв придумал такой метод, который очень простой в исполнении, рисует любой, кто умел рисовать, не умел рисовать, начинает рисовать с первого же раза, получаются прекрасные картинки, и они работают. Это с картинки со смыслом. Поэтому здесь очень такая есть свобода и возможности нейрографику нести через разные направления. И для этого у нас такая конференция обширная, столько спикеров интересных. Они придумывают свои алгоритмы, они используют разные техники слияния техник. То есть это основа везде нейрографика. Поэтому нейротантра – это на основе нейрографики слияния души и ума. Сейчас я буду переключаться на камеру, мы начнем рисовать. Постепенно, пока мы будем рисовать, я вам расскажу, что мы делаем, и немножко больше о нейротантре. Переключаю камеру. Сейчас, может быть, опоздает, немножко будет задержка. Единственное, что я хотела бы у аудитории спросить, кто меня видит, слышит, поставьте, пожалуйста, плюсики, потому что хочется какой-то интерактив, я хочу понимать, здесь кто-то есть, кто-то будет рисовать. Спасибо, Наталья. Спасибо, здорово. Меня слышно и видно. Хорошо. Отлично. Я тогда переключаю камеру. Лана, спасибо большое. Переключу камеру. Не пугайтесь, если на секунду пропадет видео. Так, я снова с вами. Сейчас камера настроится. Вам понадобится 2 карандаша. Сейчас я вас буду удивлять. Карандаша, простите, маркера. Мы будем... Выберите, пожалуйста, 2 цвета. Если у вас есть потолще и потоньше маркеры, будет очень здорово. Значит, тогда сейчас мы используем более тонкие маркеры. Я вам покажу шаг за шагом, что мы будем делать. И я вас сейчас удивлю тем, что мы будем работать немножко 2 руками. Не пугайтесь. Это очень важный момент в этой практике, потому что здесь вы будете задействовать оба полушария, вы будете задействовать все свои ресурсы таким образом. Поставьте, пожалуйста, плюсик те, кто никогда не рисовал или не знает, что такое нейрографическая линия или округление. Плюсик только те, кто не знают. Я тогда очень коротко расскажу. Если нет, то мы продолжаем. плюсик те, кто не знает, что такое нейрографическая линия или округление. Отлично, я вижу, что все знают, но это просто замечательно. Я возьму... Я не умею пока рисовать одновременно двумя руками, поэтому я буду делать это параллельно. Если у вас получится, точнее, последовательно, если у вас получится это делать параллельно, будет здорово. От нижнего края листа вверх я веду нейрографическую линию. Вот таким вот образом. Вы знаете наверняка, что любой рисунок мы делаем с темой, и поэтому свою тему вы можете обозначить в рамках безусловной любви и избавления от страхов. Если вы хотите какой-то очень конкретизировать, делайте, пожалуйста, это, потому что страхи могут быть совершенно разные, особенно сейчас в период ковида, ну, может быть, по другим каким-то причинам. Обозначьте, пожалуйста, эту тему. Это обязательный элемент в нейрографике. Обязательное действие. Теперь я беру другой цвет и рисую отсюда же снизу нейрографическую линию поверх той, которая у меня уже есть. Обратите внимание, я сменила руку. Оно может быть немножечко коряво. Иногда бывают какие-то уголочки, желательно их не делать, но если они получились, мы потом их подправим. И таким же образом мы ведем опять линию снизу вверх. Я сейчас остановлюсь, я включу немножечко музыку и хочу, чтобы вы почувствовали немножко расслабления. Поставьте, пожалуйста, плюсик, если слышно мою музыку, и минус, если не слышно, или напишите, что слишком громко. Плюсик, если слышно музыку. Отлично, спасибо большое. Спасибо за обратную связь. Я поставила такую плавную музыку для того, чтобы... Спасибо, Элина. Поставила такую плавную музыку, спокойную, чтобы вы немножко расслабились. Вот на этом моменте попробуйте сделать глубокий вдох и выдох. Просто остановитесь, вдох и выдох. И почувствуйте, что ваши плечи немножко опустились. Напряжение немножко сошло. Спасибо, Ланочка, слышно, отлично, здорово. И вот так в спокойном состоянии мы ведем опять вверх нейрографическую линию. Меняем цвет, меняем руку и снова ведем поверх. Получится что-то похожее, может быть, даже на ДНК, что, в общем-то, как всегда, не случайно. Эти линии тонким маркером вы можете вести. Они обозначают, давайте скажем, производят некую настройку сейчас. Настройку на вас, настройку вашего состояния на высокие вибрации. Мы сейчас туда будем выходить с вами. Я сделаю еще 2 таких подъема. Вы можете сделать сколько угодно, не имеет значения количество. Можете 3, можете 8. Как вы чувствуете это? Нейрографика – такой потрясающий метод, где есть очень много свободы вашему творчеству. Есть техники, есть обязательные пункты, которые нужно делать. А помимо этого ваше творчество. Потому что здесь вы разговариваете со своим подсознанием. Почувствуйте это. Сегодня мы будем говорить немножко о чувствах. Страхи и боязнь, тревоги – это все эмоции. А мы будем говорить с вами о чувствах. Когда готовы такой рисунок, выберите другой маркер, другого цвета. И он может быть чуть-чуть потолще. Я взяла чуть-чуть потолще. И теперь на этих пересечениях, на каждом пересечении поставьте, пожалуйста, точку. Да-да, точку. Вот такие вот точечки, как я сейчас ставлю. Мы эти пересечения еще в будущем будем округлять. Но сейчас пока точки. Эти точки – это вы подсвечиваете сейчас определенное соприкосновение двух энергий, которые вы сейчас провели наверх. Вы выбрали два цвета, вы работали двумя руками. И теперь вы подсвечиваете, показываете значимость этих пересечений. Эти пересечения очень важны, и в этих пересечениях заключаются какие-то смыслы. Возможно, вы в этих смыслах найдете что-то свое. Сейчас, когда у вас получилось это, мы начнем рисовать с вами следующий элемент композиции. Для этого вам надо будет выбрать два других цвета. Можете выбирать интуитивно, можете выбирать специально, если вы знаете, какие цвета, какую энергию несут. Сейчас это не принципиально. Я подожду 1-2 минутки, когда вы закончите это делать, и расскажу, что вы сейчас еще можете сделать. Если вы знакомы с системой чакр, вы можете использовать цвета чакр, потому что для того, чтобы у нас произошло хорошее слияние души и нашего подсознания, нашего сознания, также для этого надо выровнять и поднять на высокие вибрации наши чакры. Но не обязательно о них знать. То, что мы сейчас делаем, это то, что вас все равно приведет к этому. Сейчас, когда вы нарисовали точечки, возьмите толстый маркер. Мы также будем работать двумя руками, я буду делать это последовательно. Выберите, пожалуйста, на пространстве листа, где-то посередине поставьте точку. Сейчас от этой точки мы начнем нейрографическими линиями закручивать, точнее раскручивать определенную спираль. И действовать будем по золотому сечению. Я это сделаю вот таким вот образом. Прямо поверх тех линий, которые у вас есть. Но обратите внимание, я это делаю уже толстым маркером, для того, чтобы моя композиция выделялась, чтобы выделялось, что первично, что вторично. Наши настроечные линии, они остались на заднем плане. А то, что у нас на первом плане более важное, оно будет у нас толстым маркером, как в перспективе. Я сделала вот такой спираль, у меня немножко выходит за пределы листа, но, наверное, как вы уже знаете, наши работы, они не ограничиваются рамками листа, поэтому можно выходить, наше сознание достраивает дальше и дальше нашу композицию. И теперь вот в этом таком уже вырисовывающемся цветочке вы делаете то же самое другой рукой. Отсюда от центра вы ведете нейрографическую линию другой рукой, другим цветом. Не спешите, это можно делать и медленно, особенно когда вы делаете не той рукой, которая у вас ведущая. И вы поверх вырисовываете такую линию. Это очень важно. Вот сейчас происходит определенное слияние. Обратите внимание на свои чувства. У меня остановилась музыка, я сейчас ее еще раз включу. А вы пока ведете еще раз эти линии. Продолжайте вести эти линии. Если у вас есть какие-то вопросы, вы можете в чат задавать. Угу. У меня получилось вот такой цветок получился. И пока вы еще рисуете, я немножечко расскажу, что это такое. Очень важно в принципе нейротантра, очень важно работать на 5 органах чувств. 5 органов чувств очень важно задействовать. Для того, чтобы такое слияние было, я не успела предупредить или где-то написать чат, но в будущем вы можете это сделать, чтобы приготовить для лучшего результата, приготовить какую-нибудь свечку, включить аромапалочку, зажечь аромапалочку или аромамасла, помазать, понюхать, чтобы активировать свои запахи для себя и включить какую-то хорошую музыку, одеть удобную одежду или положить на колени, может быть, мягкий какой-нибудь покрывало какое-то, и таким вот образом прочувствовать это все. Закрыть на минуточку глаза, пройтись по всем 5 органам чувств, получить от этого удовольствие и включиться в работу. Вы можете это сделать на любом этапе. И вот таким образом это будет работать очень хорошо. Потому что без задействования органов чувств и чувствования всегда это очень ограниченные результаты получаются. Побудьте в этом состоянии, порисуйте. Сейчас, когда вы получили такие пересечения, возьмите еще раз такой же или другой фломастер, которым вы делали точки, и поставьте, пожалуйста, пересечение на каждой точке, которая здесь у вас образовалась. Каждое пересечение, которое у вас есть. Тоже такие же точечки. Вы подсветите все пересечения, которые вы сейчас сделали, которые выглядят тоже примерно как ДНК. Сейчас вот здесь у меня уже есть все эти точки, а вы постарайтесь поставить их еще вот везде, где вы видите. Когда мы соединяем нашу душу с нашим сознанием, уходят все страхи. И это почему мы боремся с этим вирусом страха. Я не говорю даже просто боремся со страхом, я говорю о том, что это вирус, он заразный, он цепляется к нам. И вроде бы как мы уже стараемся осознанно вести свою жизнь, и в то же время нас все равно волна иногда цепляет, потому что она цепляет наших близких, а мы не можем быть равнодушными к близким, и мы начинаем цепляться тоже. И теперь никто как бы нам не поможет, если мы сами себе не поможем, поэтому нужно работать над этим и избавляться от этого вируса. Когда мы соединяемся душой с нашим сознанием, мы можем проявлять безусловную любовь. Это очень большая сила. И, к сожалению, есть люди, которые просто не знают, что это такое. Они могут для себя формулировать это, пытаться объяснить, но, к сожалению, не почувствовав это, невозможно даже описать, что это такое и как оно. И, к сожалению, такие ситуации происходят. Посмотрите, пожалуйста, я поставила точки везде. А теперь следующим этапом, что мы делаем? Обратите внимание там, где пересечений больше, чем 2 или 3. И такие большие пересечения, вот как, например, здесь у меня, я делаю круги. Я могу вот такой круг сделать, могу чуть побольше, но не сильно большой. Я заключаю в круг ту энергию, которая собирается в множество пересечений. Потому что нейролинии – это прям волшебные линии, они очень много чего могут. И когда мы можем назвать это как маршрут событий, как простраиваются наши нейроны, и когда много пересечений, это определенным образом какое-то событие, это какое-то значимое место. Я хочу, чтобы вы его подчеркнули не только точечкой, но и прям кружочком. И в будущем мы этот кружочек еще сделаем разноцветным. Настолько мы будем вкладывать туда совершенно радужную энергию для того, чтобы наполнить это. В нейротантре это очень важно. То, где можно это подсветить. Вот таким вот образом. Когда вы работаете с сознанием и с душой, сознание – это инструмент для фильтрации и как бы перевод в подсознании, всего в подсознании, где проявляется здравомыслие через любовь и мудрость. Потому что нейротантра – это слияние подсознания с мудростью, с интуицией души, если хотите. Этот метод нейротантры – это авторский метод. Я не могу его присвоить себе, потому что он был считан в одном из ченнелингов потрясающей женщиной Дианой Маниловой. Она шаман, она ясновидящая, она высокого уровня духовный человек и консультирует видных духовных лидеров разных стран. И мы с ней работаем, мы проводим встречи и несем в мир нейрографику, несем в мир нейротантру и разные другие духовные практики. Диана получила эту информацию про слияние души и тела в одной из медитаций, там, где она связывается со своими кураторами на, давайте даже скажем, если можно так, галактическом уровне. И это все было представлено, и это отлично вписывается в метод нейрографики, и мы с ней, ее божественная энергия, ее знания И мои знания нейрографики дали нам нейротантру. Вот такой вот потрясающий метод. Поэтому спасибо огромное Павлу Пискарёву, что он вообще такую основу изобрел, такой потрясающий метод, где можно на его основе представить совершенно разные техники, совершенно разные вещи нести в мир через нейрографику, через нейрографическую линию. Огромный поклон за просто неземной вклад человечества. Ну, что я могу сказать? Это совершенно искренне. Сейчас, когда вы сделали такие округления, ну, не округления, а круги, скажем так. Сейчас, секундочку, я музыку переведу. Еще раз. Сейчас, когда вы сделали такие круги, сейчас наступает этап округления. Вы все знаете, что это такое. И здесь я буду использовать более тонкий маркер и буду все, что я вижу, округлять. Мы не оставляем уголков. Это очень важный этап, расслабляющий, гармонизирующий весь наш рисунок и соединяющий нас с нашей душой через гармоничные линии, через гармоничные фигуры, которые округлые, которые не создают жестких углов или треугольников. Все уголочки округляем. Когда мы округляем все уголочки, у нас получится вот такой рисунок. Я надеюсь, хорошо видно. Если вдруг плохо видно, вы мне пишите. Я изменю освещение, и будет немножко лучше. Здесь у меня два цвета, синий и зеленый. А здесь у меня красным цветом круги нарисованы. И округлено настолько, насколько можно. Я позднее еще немножко плавные сделаю линию. Пока вы округляете, я еще раз вам напомню, что мы делали. Мы вели линии снизу вверх, двумя руками, двумя цветами, для того, чтобы настроиться. Эти линии, они помогают также очищать наше сознание. То есть происходит очищение сознания, происходит контакт, не знаю, с целой галактикой, когда вы это делаете. Контакт с ионосферой головного мозга также. Есть такое понятие. Дальше после этого мы рисуем цветок по золотому сечению. Я не буду вдаваться в подробности и детали сакральных таких и глубокой такой информации, что значит спираль, что значит в особенности, что такое золотое сечение, потому что это еще на 3 часа разговор, но это очень имеет место в этой работе. Вот этот центр, куда мы ведем, это наша душа. Этот цветок – это наш центр в нашем теле. Это центр энергии нашей планеты, можно сказать. Потому что мы соединены, когда мы соединяемся с нашим сознанием, мы соединяемся с логосом нашей галактики и с центром нашей планеты. Этот рисунок – это расширение, это нейротантра, это многомерность, это выход на новый уровень. И вот таким вот рисунком вы можете помочь себе, включая 5 органов чувств, расслабляясь и делая такой рисунок. Такие вот кружочки, которые вы сделали, они выглядят как планетки. Если вы представите себе, что это ваша душа, что это ваша галактика, то в вашей галактике эти кружочки – это частички вашей души. Когда вы округляете, подумайте об этом. Что вы чувствуете? Какие чувства это вызывает? Это очень важно оценивать и распознавать свои чувства. В жизни это важно. В нейрографике это очень важно. Нейрографика – тот метод, который вас открывает ваше творчество, креативность и чувствование. Поэтому в этой работе попробуйте почувствовать. Итак, мы нарисовали аурору бореалу, если можно так сказать, символ соития, символ нейротантры. И мы в ней летаем. Пока вы округляете, вы в том состоянии, когда вы можете летать. И эта галактика, где вы летаете, это галактика под названием «Безусловная любовь». Это сумасшедшее раскрытие, в котором вы можете почувствовать это состояние этой безусловной любви, безграничной, безусловной. Сейчас, когда вы нарисовали такую вот работу, я в этой работе на самом деле сделала еще немножечко акцент, если вы захотите. Я, кроме того, что округлила все, я немножечко постаралась выделить еще этот цветок. Я могу вам показать 2 работы и 2 этапа, чтобы вы видели. Вот в начале это округление, все округлено, все плавное и красивое. А здесь я я сделала несколько таких этапных рисунков, потому что у нас мало времени, чтобы успеть вам показать. Здесь я уже навела, еще таким синим фломастером, навела этот цветок. Вы можете его подчеркнуть, потому что это элемент композиции, которая должна вам выходить на первый план. Вы должны видеть этот рисунок, видеть этот цветок. И сейчас в этом цветке я буду добавлять цвета. Если вы не успеваете, просто слушайте, а потом вы добавите позднее. Сейчас я сначала добавлю цвета, как я уже говорила, в эти кружочки. Очень важно их подсветить разными цветами, разными радужными цветами. Потому что эти кружочки, эти планетки – это обозначение ваших пересечений, это уже многомерная история. И поэтому я хотела бы, чтобы вы ее показали многомерно для себя, для вашего сознания, для ваших нейронов. Поэтому я беру просто хайлайтерс. Сейчас хайлайтерс вы можете какой угодно карандаш взять. И просто закрашиваю какие-то ячеечки разными цветами, чтобы у нас получилось вот такое разноцветие. Таким образом, вот эти пересечения у вас подсвечены и заиграли. После того, как я сделаю эти кружочки разными цветами, я перейду к добавлению цвета в саму работу. У меня по центру образовалось такое сердечко. Для меня это очень символично, и я закрашиваю его таким вот розовым цветом. В наших работах и в нейротантре чаще всего мы не используем черный цвет, и мы не используем красный цвет. Если вы сейчас это используете, это абсолютно не страшно. Абсолютно не страшно. Но в будущем в нейротантре мы это не используем, потому что темный цвет, его можно как линии использовать, конечно, но только не закрашивать. И когда вы это используете, у вас красный цвет, он тоже хороший цвет, и его в определенных местах нужно обязательно использовать. Он очень мощный. Ну, в нем есть какая-то здоровая агрессия, наверное. А в нейротантре мы такие агрессивные вещи не используем, поэтому красный цвет мы оставляем тоже позади, как правило. Я лишь им сделала кружочки, но это был темно-бордовый и розовую серединку. Сейчас, когда я раскрашиваю, вы можете раскрашивать как угодно, как вам понравится. Мне очень нравится подчеркнуть вот эту косичку, которая у нас получилась, такая в форме, как ДНК. Будьте уверены, что вы, когда вы округляете, что у вас очень все тщательно округлено. Это очень важно в нейрографике, потому что это элемент, который приводит к гармонии, потому что нейрографика, ну и нейротантра, конечно, это тема гармоничная, и поэтому здесь нет места острым углам, каким-то конфликтам, каким-то неприятностям. Я таким вот образом сейчас хайлайтерами подсвечиваю, цветовыделителями, да, подсвечиваю эту косичку, потому что хочу немножко выделить ее еще. Вы можете выделить этот цветок как толстыми маркерами, так и просто подсветить потом каким-то цветом. Есть очень много методов, как выделить, но я бы хотела, чтобы вы выделили это. Когда вы закрашиваете цвета, вы закрашиваете, желательно закрашивать 3 и больше близлежащих фигур, для того, чтобы объединять малые смыслы в большие, чтобы у вас получалась некая целостность. И когда мы соединяем душу и тело, у нас получается одно целое, там, где мы можем сказать, что это мы. В 5-м измерении, в следующем поколении уже нет слова «я», есть слово «мы». Мы как... Это не как общество, не как сообщество мы, не как коллектив, а как одно целое. Потому что у Творца нет глаз, нет рук, нет ног. И если Он и действует в нашем мире, то действует через нас. Мы Его глаза, мы Его руки, ноги, уши. И когда мы объединены, когда мы целостны, это уже мы одно общее, одно целое. Мы все связаны, мы все совсем связаны. Человек зачастую теряется и не видит этого, не знает. И он думает, что он к себе делает хорошо за счет того, что он делает кому-то плохо. Нет, нет. Это заблуждение, он делает себе плохо. Это все равно, что сохранить правую руку, чтобы ударить левую. Это твоя рука. Таким образом мы соединяемся. Так, я надеюсь, у вас рождается потрясающий рисунок. Когда он будет готов, Когда вы нанесете цвет, вы после этого можете взять маркер еще раз, выгладить его, сделать его красивым, потому что эстетический вид в нейрографике, ну и в нейротантре, конечно, очень-очень играет большую роль. Очень играет большую роль. Это вопрос впечатлений. То, что работает на ваши нейроны, то, что строит вас, то, что вас делает. Сейчас я сделала такую вот спираль. Я возьму теперь просто карандаши и буду заполнять цветом так, как мне хочется. Это можно делать по кругу разным цветом. От темного к светлому, от светлого к темному. Можно делать волнами. Например, вот сейчас мне хочется закрасить этот рисунок и сделать поток. В данном случае розовый поток, да? Я сейчас делаю розовый поток. Я надеюсь, вам видно в камере, потому что розовый цвет, он мягенький, очень такой бледный. Ну, я делаю этот поток через весь рисунок. Соединяю между собой маленькие фигуры, на которые разбит наш лист. Просто веду туда, куда мне чувствуется идти, хочется заполнять. Я сейчас спешу немного и делаю, может быть, не так аккуратно, но обратите внимание, вы видите, вот я сделала просто поток сейчас, просто розовый поток. И потому что я так почувствовала, мне так захотелось. И на самом деле это очень хорошо чувствовать, что вы на данный момент хотите сделать. Когда ваши работы будут готовы, пожалуйста, выставляйте их в альбомы, которые будут в группе. Я с удовольствием прокомментирую каждый из ваших рисунков, как у вас получилось. И когда у вас этот рисунок будет готов, не убирайте его на полку. Поставьте его где-то, где будет напоминать вам, где-то так, чтобы вы его видели, или повесить куда-то, чтобы это напоминало вам про вашу душу, про ваше слияние и держало вас в состоянии. Если хотите, напишите сейчас в чат, как вы себя чувствуете, каково ваше состояние. Это не обязательно, потому что сейчас может быть такое состояние, что просто не хочется ничего писать. Но я буду рада, если вы дадите какую-то обратную связь. После того, как мы нанесем цвет, еще один элемент, а точнее 2 шага, которые мы сделаем, можно даже 3 шага, мы будем выделять какую-то фигуру, если вы почувствуете, что вам хочется выделить какую-то фигуру. У меня в свете нашей темы, нашей конференции, потрясающей темы и темы моего рисунка про безусловную любовь, мне хочется выделить вот такое сердечко внутри. Анджелина, сильно зеваю. Сильно зеваю. Зевать – это очень хорошо, это состояние освобождения, это состояние такое, я бы сказала, даже потока. В зевании это очень-очень многое заложено, но в целом я хочу сказать, что это очень потрясающий показатель. Из тех элементов, и спасибо большое за обратную связь, из тех элементов, которые мы еще будем делать, я еще докрашу своими потоками этот рисунок, вы можете докрасить его всеми цветами, заполнить, или вы можете сделать его частично, оставить белый цвет. Когда я рисовала этот рисунок раньше, у меня он получился вот такой. Если захотите, я его сфотографирую и пошлю в группу. надо написать об этом по вашему запросу. Здесь я заполнила все цветами. Обратите внимание, что если здесь мне хотелось сделать определенные потоки, сейчас я извиняюсь, музыка. Если здесь я хотела сделать определенные потоки, то здесь я раскрасила это все поэтапно: розовым, зеленым, бирюзовым и желтым. Вот эти вот соединения наши, я их отметила немножко желтым, такие вот ДНК, такие как порталы наши. Это реально как портал. И вот такой рисунок. После этого рисунка, когда вы нанесете цвет, вы выделите какую-то фигуру. Если хотите выделить, это не обязательно. Есть еще такое понятие линии поля. Если кто-то не знает, что это такое, напишите, я объясню. Если все знают. Простите, мой рисунок вот так был, да. Я только сейчас заметила это. Для меня имеет значение. И отсюда у меня пошла линия поля вот такая вот по моему рисунку. Это тоже очень-очень важный элемент. Если кто-то не знает про линии поля и будет смотреть записи, посмотрите, пожалуйста, видео. Павел очень много делает видео, бесплатные видео на YouTube, про все-все-все. Вы напишите линии поля, и там будет отдельное видео вот про это. Потому что сама линия поля – это очень глубокая вещь. Это уже разговор с Творцом, это слияние, соединение, ну, я бы сказала, что разговор с Творцом. Я это называю таким утверждением, когда, знаете, вы высказываешь свое намерение и потом говоришь, да будет так. Тот момент, когда мы наше намерение, наше желание на листе передаем в руки Всевышнего, где мы сделали уже все, а теперь это работа высших сил. Вот такая вот работа. Не забывайте, что последнее, когда вы делаете работу, последнее – это пересмотрите свою тему. Обратите внимание, как вы себя чувствуете, как вы… что с вами вообще происходит, а в особенности, что будет с вашей темой. Я переключилась обратно. Я показала вам технику, и я надеюсь, что вам понравилось. Если кто-то хочет дать обратную связь, напишите 2 слова, как вы, что вы, понравилась ли вам техника. Но в целом, я думаю, что сегодня будут очень многие смотреть в записи, потому что по Москве мы вещаем в 4 утра, и поэтому все остальные посмотрят уже в записи, и тогда, пожалуйста, дайте обратную связь по этой технике. И удивительная техника работы 2 руками. Да, Анжелина, спасибо большое. На самом деле, эта техника не мной придумана, но именно такая техника была считана Дианой Маниловой, тем человеком, который принес нам вот эти знания. Мы делимся с ними, когда встречаемся, поэтому у нас с ней проводятся вебинары на этот счет, поэтому, пожалуйста, присоединяйтесь к нам в группе НейроГрафика, конференция, там в нашем альбоме выставляете все, и там можете запросить любую информацию и можете контактировать со мной. Ланочка, спасибо огромное, спасибо Павлу Пискарёву и вообще всему институту, это огромная работа, такое организовать и столько дарить миру и людям, вообще столько техник. Спасибо, это для меня честь.
Благодарю, Сашенька. Это же прекрасно. Было великолепно, интересно, красиво и очень познавательно. Благодарю. Прекрасное было рисование. И мы очень благодарны, что ты к нам присоединилась, и мы очень рады, потому что ты нам дала очень много чего интересного, что мы сейчас будем продолжать рисовать. Так как у нас сейчас будет перерыв минут на 30-45, и я сейчас поставлю в группу адрес следующей комнаты, мы через 45 минут, в 9:45 переходим в другую комнату. Сашенька, спасибо.
Спасибо большое, я со всеми прощаюсь. Спасибо те, кто со мной рисовал и кто будет еще рисовать в записи. Спасибо, увидимся. Я не прощаюсь.
Счастливо. Переходим, как я уже объяснила, на следующую комнату. Оставайтесь с нами. Мы вам даем минут 45 отдохнуть немножко, перекусить, прийти в себя, потому что мы вещаем уже много часов подряд. Мы переходили с русского на английский, теперь с английского на русский обратно перешли. И через 45 минут у нас еще продолжается программа. У нас будет очень интересный спикер. Анжелика Гринберг будет. Она будет рассказывать о теме отношения к себе, принятия себя и любви к себе. Потом мы продолжаем с Раилей Бекбулатовой, которая будет рассказывать о своем пути в нейрографике. И, конечно же, мы услышим что-то очень интересное, именно как нам Раиля расскажет о своем пути и покажет. Так что оставайтесь. И вот в 11:45 по Нью-Йорку, если вы по московскому времени, это будет 7:45 утра. С нами будет Павел Пискарёв. Он будет давать приветственную речь англоязычному курсу инструкторскому, но, конечно, будет говорить на русском, так что русскоязычные присоединяйтесь к нам. После этого в 8 утра по Москве, в 12 ночи по Нью-Йорку Антон Пискарёв, директор проекта «Инструкторский курс на английском», даст презентацию. Опять он будет давать на русском, я буду переводить на английский, так что русскоязычные присоединяйтесь. И 9 часов, прежде чем мы уйдем в другую часть конференции, Антон нам даст свою презентацию. Называется «Neuroattunement». Да? Это очень интересно, он опять-таки будет рисование. На русском Антон будет давать, я буду переводить на английском, поэтому и русскоязычные, и англоязычные мы вместе сможем выразить свою любовь к нейрографике и рисовать с Антоном. Присоединяйтесь. Сейчас я выставлю вам адрес через 45 минут, куда идти, и мы продолжаем рисовать. Счастливо. Если есть какие-то вопросы, пишите. И так комната закрывается, и переходите в другую. Всем пока-пока.